Good evening, my name is Adam Arwood, they call me the Zobmeister. Welcome once again to the Outer Worlds. Here's Prudence's file. Let's load this up. Supernova playthrough continues. We will be finishing Monarch. Actually, we finished Monarch, right? I'm trying to remember what the hell happened last episode. Right, we did finish Monarch. We just haven't actually started the next main quest because we haven't spoken with Phineas yet. We will be doing that soon enough, and once we do, there'll actually be a good chunk of time where we can sort of put the main story off and do the DLC for a while. DLC will actually require us to go to the next area in the main plot anyhow, so that will come up. But before we do that, of all these wonderful missions that have been building up here, we have two reasons. Two missions. I did two, Courtier. That's quite alright. Good to see you. Nope. I was just figuring out where I left off at the end of the last session, actually. You have missed nothing of import. We have two mission-based reasons to return to Emerald Vale. We've got Trask, that Harlow asked us to kill, but said if we felt better talking to him, we could. And this probably doesn't surprise you, but I will be letting chat decide how we handle that. Plus, Nyoka, her character mission, she's looking for two members of her former team that actually managed to make it off of Monarch and to Emerald Vale. So with that in mind, we are actually returning to Terra 2. In fact, I have the feeling that's where I parked. Sure looks like it. Yep. And with that in mind, let's see how the place has been since we were last here. So this is Felix's mission, in part, so we'll definitely bring him along. And since we're going back to Emerald Vale, it only seems appropriate that we bring Parvati along as well. So I'll stick to the two that are in the party right now. And although neither of these missions will require us to go into the town, I want to anyway. I want to see what's in there. I want to see how the place is doing, since the deserters returned to town and Reed Thompson left. So I have not actually had opportunity to do that before. None of my other playthroughs have afforded me this opportunity.
Wow! How'd you do that?
It was there. I had no reason to open that door except for experience using lockpick, but it was there. Anything I would want to buy would be cheaper in town. Do I have anything to sell? This weapon has served me so well for so long, and yet I kinda don't have a place for it anymore. But I don't think I can bring myself to sell it. I'll hold on to it, just in case. Yeah, I definitely want to keep all of these things for various little purposes. Do I have any rubbish here? Some alcohol. alcohol. Looks like that was it. Any mods? I have more instances than I would know what to do with, and nope. My tossball cards, no junk, okay. Sure to stock up on salt tuna. I just might. Did I? Yeah, okay. No, okay. Been a while. Right. No immediate evidence that the deserters are around. No replacement vicar that I see. Max leave anything at his desk that we can... No, I guess not.
Wonder if the plague's ever gonna pass.
Just keep working. Work fortifies the spirit.
Yeah, Parvati's not allowed in there.
Work your jaw on some Spacer's Chaw. Music to my ears.
They would seem to be out of Saltuna. Maxwell. Oh, for the love of sanity. We might have bought them out of it already. And they haven't restocked.
Yep.
Let's see, this was the sick house. People still seem to be sick in here.
I don't want any trouble.
Okay. Wasn't planning on causing any, but alright.
Almost lost a finger.
Oh,
I never got a chance to thank you for hearing me out. Gave me the courage to ask for a job in the workshop. I'm happy when I'm working with my hands. Just gotta convince them to let me use the workshop.
surprised Parvati doesn't have any dialogue for that scene. This is technically Parvati's anyway, right? Hope she didn't mind that. Well, Thomas Kemp was in the workshop, so there's that. I never came in here? Weird. Well then. There we go, there's a tin of salt tuna. There's another tin of salt tuna. Nice and empty. So, well, looks like I can go up to where Thompson's office was. Doesn't seal up like when he shut down the town. And Adelaide's behind the desk. Go figure.
Time changes all things. Even Reed's stranglehold over Edgewater must inevitably yield to the attrition of time.
Now that Reed's gone, what do you plan to do?
Start anew. Edgewater will become the town it was meant to be. A place where we live in harmony with the world. Where none of us writhe under the whips of corporate masters. A place where all are welcome. Except for Reed's supporters, of course.
I was wondering about your garden.
The garden will bloom anew. I have plans to transform the old cannery into a nursery, with crops enough to feed a town.
Huh. Still using corpses in your fertilizer?
But of course. And now we have a whole cemetery to ourselves.
Concerned about the plague?
Saltuna was making the town sick. From now on, if anybody's hungry, they may feast from the bounty of the soil.
Well, take care. I wonder if the soldiers would complain if I now tried to... requires Reed's key to unlock. Which I, of course, don't have. I didn't think to... Yeah, I don't get to see what she was carrying. Oh well. I still don't know what's in that door. Maybe someday I'll figure it out. I do actually have another character brewing. Only on story difficulty, but I'm role-playing them as a serial killer, so, they may figure out how to get into that room. The rest of you, well, maybe you should try playing this game yourself. I highly recommend it. Anyway, I don't think there's anything new for us inside
I've been feeling pretty low these days.
town. I was sort of hoping for, you know, something more, but... Notably, the cannery isn't actually, like, operating right now, is it? As in... No, that's like the hidden back door. Oh, there actually are workers here. Well, actually there are guards here. But there don't seem to be any actual workers.
What's on your mind?
At least she doesn't seem terribly upset about everything that's happened. That one bin being up there was bugging me. Now that the place isn't crawling with workers, you can grab that. Alright,
Something got you down?
I was kind of hoping there'd be something a bit more in town.
Leaving town.
Wonder if corporate gave him the boot.
Reed left
I
town.
cut my own hair. But Conrad sells real good disinfectant.
I am curious about the lab, see if anybody's still there. And I think we need to go 2/3 of the way there anyhow. Wakey, wakey. Right. That building, which we were in front of earlier, is where Nyoka's pals are, and I want to say that Trask is near... He's like up in here somewhere? Yep. Yep, he's up there. So I guess I'll just... Well, we came out on that side, so I guess we'll do a big loop around that way. Let me set the other one as active. Okay. Food addiction, huh? Alright, where's the obligatory salt tuna? Here we go. Yeah, I really should concentrate on eating the meat first, even if it is the biggest stack I have, simply because it's the heaviest form of food item I possess. There's a weird shiny bit there. We got primals, but they're asleep. I'm inclined to leave them that way. I think I've grabbed all these already. Oh, not that one, apparently. Weird. Some mushrooms. Meat locker. Alright, I definitely saw some opposition around here. So where'd that come from?
Heads up, jackass! Ha! That's the last of him.
Alright. Oh yeah, outdoor armor. MSI Elite set. And, that's when we should put the plasma rifle in. Jeez. Right, so remember this door we couldn't get in? I'm a fucking idiot. I didn't bring Nyoka along. She's the one who knows how to get in. Don't! Well, thankfully, you can fast travel back to the ship. Yeah. Remember this door? Remember we couldn't get in it? Yeah, this is why. Wonder how many people watching the VOD are gonna be like, don't you need Nyoka? So, where were you when I was live? I would have given you like several hundred bennies. Alright, well, we brought Parvati along to see the town. I guess we can swap her out. Swap Nyoka in. Alright. So I'm just going to run there in as straight a line as the game will permit me. This will obviously not include going into the town. Just loading screens. Apparently in the Xbox Series X machine, loading times are like virtually non-existent. Now Trask I know I don't need anyone in particular for, but I figured it's only appropriate to bring Felix along anyway. It's supposed to be his mission anyhow.
I smell blood!
Oh, do they see us? Oh shit, they do.
Let's take him down!
This thing is insane. Okay, so not there. Let's see if the one that dropped up here dropped any. How is this locked again?
Great work.
Did I seriously not have the means of getting in at the time? Surely I came up here. Oh well, that having been done. Oops. Oops. She's afraid of heights, but too addicted to jumping. Hey, Malemia, good to see you. Oh yeah, mind control ray is just ridiculously effective. This whole game has a really, really weird palette. You might just think it's color distortion when it's actually the game functioning as intended. Hard to tell. Alright, yeah, let's have some meat. Actually, I want to really quickly check something in the perks. Alright, we got that. Right. Yeah, we haven't been terribly inspiring. It's a really great ability at level 60 for that, but I don't think that's going to happen for us. And we still need to focus on lockpick and persuade. So there is a point I am going to want to have maximum persuade.
I'd wager this is the outpost. Rebecca! Anders! Come on out!
Here's the busted door, but Nyoka knows what to do with it.
Take a gander. The door's busted. Rebecca? Anders? You in there? Huh. Rebecca taught me this once. You can jerry-rig these old locks so as they don't open anymore. But we've only ever done that if we're in a real bind. Here, I'll fix it. Oh no. Oh no. What did you do?
Oh, hell. I'm sorry, Nyoka.
Its display is faded and the buttons are almost entirely rusted through, but you can still make out bits and pieces of what look like Rebecca's final entries. Law help me, but Anderson was right. We never should have taken this contract. I thought Monarch was bad, but this is unbearable. Everyone here is blind or addled or I don't know what. The towns won't let us walk in without an employment contract. I can't even find someone to let me send a message. For all the capable folk here, we're stuck. Back home we had to fight for every meal because there were no meals that you didn't make yourself. Here there's plenty, but nobody's allowed to give you one. We've been stealing bits and pieces of life from wherever we can. Anderson is about ready to sign up, offer his life in service to Spacer's Choice just so he can take a shower. Clara, I hope to the architect this never reaches you, but on the off chance it does, I want to say I'm sorry. Anderson and I fucked up. We didn't take the contract for the bits. We didn't take it because Primals sounded cool. We took it because we wanted out. Monarch's a living hell. We were sick of getting sick. Of boiled Raptidon and stinking like sulfur no matter how hard you scrub. Of fighting, day in and day out. We're exhausted. We thought we could use the contract money to find a place here, settle down, but this place ain't any better. It's just different. We're starving all the same. We never should have left. I just thought maybe we could do better. I miss you, kid. Marauders at the door. Anderson's bled out. I'm on my way. I won't let them get me. Not alive, anyway. I've seen what those monsters do.
They were... That bitch! They were all set to abandon us! What would Clara say, huh? Every day she'd ask if we heard from you. And she'd have forgiven you. The kid had a soul that made the sulfur smell like roses. Ugh. I'd leave your medallions to rot with you, but Clara would want to be buried with her sister. At least I know. Ought to have learned by now that getting one's hopes up tends to open them to being dashed across the stars. I hate to say this, but Clara died thinking her sister was still fighting to get back home. I think I'm glad. If she were still alive now, I'd break her to know the truth.
She'd still want to know, just the same as you did.
Yeah, maybe. I'm used to disappointment. She was still so naive as to let it hurt her every time it happened. Only thing left is to take these medallions home, which means figuring out how to bait the Mana Queen out of our old base. The most pissed off I've ever seen a queen was when a foreign species was on her soil. I'd wager the stench of a primal might do the trick.
Might do it? I didn't think there was anything about the wilderness you didn't know.
That'd be boring. Half the fun in exploring is the fact that you're on an unknown trail. I've never had the pleasure of hunting primals, but I hear they're all over Scylla. Let's tear a few apart, shall we? I'm sure they've got pheromones. Everything does.
Well, there are primals on this planet as well, but the pheromones she's looking for come specifically from a variety called pungent primal, which are indeed only on Scylla. So we will have to go there for this mission. They're not going to need anything else in here, so we may as well take it. Feel for you, Nyoka. Oops, I did not mean to buy that. I just threw a chunk of my cash away. Okay, with that having been done, her mission is now going to take us way back over to Scylla. But before we do that, time to go check on Trask. And there's an interesting setup about where he's positioned. Should probably make this a caffeine drink. Alright. Hey, Lamoxis, good to see you. It will be starting tonight, but we do have a few little things to take care of before we get to it. But yes, we will be starting it this session. Right, so here's where the deserters were. Curious to see if anybody's still hanging out around here. Somehow I doubt it. Yeah, the merchant is just up and left. That's sealed. This is a... ooh. Zoe's journal, page 18. Good news! I'm alive. Starting to feel a little better, too. There's a group of deserters living out in the old botanical labs. They found a way to grow some food. Or something that passes for food, anyway. Adelaide boiled a pot of something green and leafy and told me to drink it twice a day for my symptoms, I suppose. Tastes atrocious, but I've been feeling better. It's nice to be away from the cannery. The labs have just enough power to run an ether wave, so I've been catching up on my serial dramas. Masked Marketeer, What Would I Do Without You? Go crazy, most likely. Crack up, murder all my neighbors, and run screaming into the hills like some wild marauder. I don't know. That doesn't sound too bad. I could see myself leading a cotter of marauders. A band of bandits. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Band of bandits? What would we call ourselves? The Formidable 14. The 100 Hooligans, featuring Zoe, Bandit Queen. Is that how it all started? I don't think I actually picked that up before. It actually comes between these two, huh? Well, if they've abandoned... Oh, no, that's sealed. It's like Reed Thompson's office being sealed. Well, hey, if nobody's minding the mint... guess I get to actually pick up everything in here now. Interesting that that's sealed from both sides. Oh, did you abandon the place? Well, then I get all your stuff. I don't want any of it to go to waste, you understand. We are, after all, salvagers. Actually, if it's in this back room, we probably have raided it. Although, this is sitting down here somehow. Nothing new there. Which isn't surprising, given that, you know, the power was shut off rather suddenly. Huh. I mean, we did force the deserters back to town. That's a lot of sealed doors. Alright, well... we're gonna have a decision soon. Oh, hold on. Since I'm basically just stuck running for this next portion here.
You hiding? You scared?
Ah, hell. Alright, fine. That one's just a dog.
Here I come.
Good. Didn't even want to fight anybody. So, they positioned Trask in a rather, let's say, interesting location? Yeah, you see that cave in front of us? Yeah, we got some primals in front of it. Well, you know, nothing turns the tide of battle faster than a traitor. Oh shit. Fantastic. Yeah. Weapon is so good. Curious cave here. Some more generic loot. Yeah, place to go. Up and over here. Right. So, it's funny what you just said there, Cliff. Because there's Trask. At perfect sniping distance. And he's got 4 peons with him. So, it's time for a poll. Low impact vote. Let me lower the settings here. Oh, oops, hold on. Let me try that again. This does not need to be a 10-minute poll. Okay, there we go. You got a poll. You got 2 minutes to decide how we're going to solve this little issue. Do we risk approaching all those peons down there? Or do we shoot first and sod the questions? You may decide this as you wish. Sorry. Beverage break. Pull about 2/3 over, and it's close. Still plenty of time for this to go either way. Okay, the results are in. 60% for face-to-face. was close. It was close. Does Nyoka have the... Yeah, she does. Okay, good. This is Toss Ball! Alright. Well, as it happens, they're surprisingly friendly to start. Despite this guy here clearly patrolling with a sniper rifle, he pays you no heed whatsoever. It's weird that way.
I don't know who you are or why you're prowling around here, but I'm willing to make a guess. You're one of Harlow's gun hands, ain't you? He sent you after me.
Attack. Good guess. That's right. Harlow said you betrayed him?
Yeah, of course he did. Thing is, you and I are at an impasse. Harlow wants me dead, and I've got no intention of dying.
I do like this. Yeah, Harlow wants your ring as proof of your death. That's all I'm after. But let's get some info while we're here, shall we? Why did you betray Harlow?
How do I know that I can trust you?
If I wanted to kill you, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Which is very, very true under the circumstances. Chat has spoken.
Yeah, guess that's a fair point. Listen, I don't know what lies Harlow's dripped down your ear, but you'd be a fool to trust him. I never betrayed Harlow. Harlow betrayed all of us. The board's got him in their pocket, been paying him off for years. All that palaver about revolutions? It's a lie.
You're a real piece of work, Trask. Not just a turncoat, but a liar, too.
Go piss up a rope, kid. I've got nothing to prove to you. That's the whole truth. Harlow's just another board asset. A two-bit mercenary wearing a dissident's clothes.
You're asking me to take you for your word. Show me some evidence.
Yeah, I've got proof. There's always a paper trail when the board's involved. I chanced upon some correspondence between Harlow and his employer. I don't know that it makes a difference. What was I to do with that evidence? Bring it in front of the board? There's no authority in Halcyon willing to take Harlow to task.
Yeah, there is. You're looking at her.
Huh. You ain't like other board agents I heard about. You got a functioning spine. You want to confront Harlow yourself? Be my guest. I hid my papers before Harlow chased me out. Back in the middle of the base, there's an old vent in a utility corridor. I stashed my evidence in that vent.
What was Harlow doing for the board?
Board-sanctioned piracy. Harlow went after the ships the board wanted destroyed, capturing anybody the board wanted captured. If we captured you, we'd ransom you. Harlow liked to do the job himself. Gather up the captives on his own ship, vanish for a couple of days. Only that's not what happened. Harlow's been selling his captives off to the board. I don't know where they ended up. Re-education, Tartarus, maybe worse.
Why would the board buy off Harlow?
Because he's for sale. Anything the board can buy, the board will buy, and that includes loyalty. Harlow was a charismatic bastard, and he was ruthless. With Harlow in their pocket, the board had an informant, a pirate, a smuggler, and a gang leader all rolled up into one odious excuse for a human being. Sounds like a deal to me.
All right, I've heard enough.
Take it you've made up your mind.
I'm not going to kill you, Trask. But I am going to ask you for your ring.
You gonna tell Harlow I'm dead? May as well. I'm never going back to that life again. Here, take the ring. And for what it's worth, my gratitude.
Take care. Alright, well, there's actually a little reason for us to walk anywhere from here. We can just fast travel back to the ship. I said we can thank you. If Rufus SRK were here right now, that'd be a particularly funny thing to say. Alright, so now we've got 2 reasons to go back to Scylla. Like I said, there's usually multiple reasons to go there. We'll start with Harlow's base, though. They'll stick to, obviously, Felix and Nyoka. Sounds good to me. Yeah, ship not exactly living up to its name, is it? Oh, we definitely should have taken a nap before we stepped out here. Back for a nap. It's not that bad. It's not that bad yet. Right. So, if we go into this back hallway here, doesn't look like a container, but it's got something. These receipts detail payments made to C. Harlow on behalf of the board for freelancing services. Included are the names of several freighters targeted by Harlow's crew, their manifests, and the sum value of all cargo delivered to board authorities. So we'll take that.
Clyde Harlow, agent of the board. Yeah, that sounds even more insane out loud than it did in my head. Then again, Trask knew he was a dead man. Could have been trying to shift the blame.
We found evidence, Felix. Your old friend's been bought off by the board.
I've been trying to tell myself Clyde's got some sensible explanation for all this, but I just don't know. None of this is making a lick of sense to me right now. I think we need to have a word with Clyde.
Let's get going. And I have the outdoor armor on, and I will be leaving it on for a very good reason, because I'm pretty sure this conversation is not going to end well. In fact, I expect him to attack us.
What's the word?
Trask had a lot to say about you, Harlow.
Not surprised. Trask was a dead man trying to negotiate with his own executioner. He'd say anything to preserve his life.
Trask told me you've been working for the board.
That's a damning accusation. Am I right to presume you have some evidence on hand?
You are. You've been bought off. I've got the receipts.
Those papers don't prove a thing. We've all done business with the board. They own the whole damn colony. Trask put you up to this. That miserable wretch. He's trying to undermine everything I stand for.
When we met, you told me Trask was an informant for the board. You were lying.
You've got a lot of nerve calling me a liar to my face.
Come on, Harlow. Why would Trask rat you out to your own employers?
How should I know? What the hell do I care? Trask was a traitor. I didn't ask you to understand his motives. I asked you to cross him off.
Clyde, look me in the eye and tell me it's not true. Tell me, and I'll believe you.
Don't talk to me like I'm some common criminal, Felix. You're the one on trial, not me. I don't know what kind of poison that snake dripped in your ear, but as far as I'm concerned, you've been compromised.
Heads up! You want some of this? Covering you! No! And we're alive.
This is definitely not how I imagined it'd end. The void's black, water's wet, and Clyde hated the board. That's something I just knew. Now? I don't know. I don't know what to think.
Looks, I don't think, I just shoot things, so... You never really know what's going on inside somebody's skull.
No. I guess you really don't. I've just got a lot on my mind right now. This is a lot to take in. I always looked up to Clyde. The thought that he could be an agent of the board is just abhorrent to me.
I can understand why you're upset. You feel like he betrayed you.
Yeah, he did. And I'm not sure how I'm gonna get over that.
It'll pass. Give it time.
I hope so. I don't see this one passing anytime soon. You've given me a lot to think about. I'm gonna be mulling over this whole mess for a couple of days. Part of me wishes we'd put Trask in the ground. You know, I think that's just my frustration talking. Thanks for your time, boss.
No problem, Felix. No problem at all. That's his character mission completed. And, he has gained a new perk. Plus I get a bunch of money out of nowhere. I have lost Harlow's emblem and instead gained Harlow's emblem. I guess you could say I gained Harlow's emblem. Keepsake of simpler times. We still have the receipts, not that we have anything we can do with them. But yes, Felix now has an extra perk. Self-governed. Beyond armor, any damage he deals to corporate enemies is boosted 50%. Yeah, you say steal, but steal from who? Him? Good riddance, Harlow. And you keep what you kill. Been waiting for this. There's the safecracker's jacket. Oh, man. So we got 16 lockpick when Felix is in the party. If we swap on, so now we have a jacket that give us plus 20 to go along with the helmet that gives us plus 10. We have an effective lockpick of 116. And if we drink a caffeine drink while it's active, we get another 5 on top of that. We have an effective lockpick of 121. And for some strange reason, the DLC has a lot of locks that actually require a full 150. To the point where I might actually need to bring a particular party member along in order to fill in the rest of the gap rather than let you all choose. But I can work potentially toward remedying that over time. Oh, and by the way, we're not done because the rest of Harlow's men, despite them not immediately charging in after us, will still see us as hostile when we try to leave here. We are going to have to, as the saying goes, shoot our way out. We could use this route to sneak past, well, some of them, but...
Returning fire! Alright, here we go!
Ooh.
Door Felix!
Right. How you all doing? You good? You good. Alright. He made his decision. He chose poorly. His head was so far up his own arse he didn't realize what he was smelling. Yeah, that construction mechanical isn't actually, this guy here out having a smoke break we could probably just ignore. Although he'll be confused as hell. We can just probably sneak by that one, yeah. Don't know what they think they're gonna do, but... Alright, let's switch over to the... yeah. What the hell happened? It would be hilarious if he's like one of those people who's like, damn it, I step out for 5 minutes. What the hell happens with all you people? I can't trust you to do a damn thing. It'd be great if he was like some manager type. Alright, let's switch over to the other landing pad.
Destination reached. Scylla.
And we are gonna take a nap. Right. Okay, yes. Yes, I put those in there for a reason.
Used to be more dashing.
Shut up, Ada. What the fuck? Alright. May as well stick with Felix. Definitely want Nyoka along for this. Bonus fighting creatures. That was nice of them. Okay, so... Star-crossed troopers, they actually do tell us where they're all at. As you can see, we're gonna have to do a bit of roaming around here. They're pretty well spread out. So, I want to lose the food addiction. Okay. Let's start heading in this direction. Oh, wow. Looks like we actually, managed to one-shot them without getting the attention of any of the outlaws.
Here they come.
Oh, shit. Ah! Ah.
Best there ever was. Ooh, that had to hurt.
Okey-dokey. Fun with primals. And this one would be asleep. Pungent. Well, I think we're about to wake him up with a bullet.
Hey, Doc! Watch this!
Fantastic. Okay. So, perk point. We have so many perks. You've made me take so many damn flaws. 5 flaws. Alright, so let's see, what are we taking? Oh, I know what we're taking, I think. Bonus science? Well, actually, dealing extra damage with the mind control... Oh, pardon me, with the mind control... words! Take 3. And action. Dealing extra damage with the mind control ray is not necessarily the best thing to do with it. I think I'd be better off instead boosting its magazine size so that the effect can last longer. That's probably the best thing that I could take there. But I will quickly check a number of these other options here. Quiet weapon damage boosted. I think the only quiet weapon I have is the soft speaker. That only works if you're alone in the party. Yeah, that's definitely the best thing for us to take. Nope. Well, there are two, but they only function when you have... Mic check. Okay, there we go. Hey Skippy, good to see you. Right. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, the only dialogue boosting perks that are left are those that function when you are alone in the party, if you have no companions present. And yeah, that's not happening, so there's no point in taking those. As for skills, as noted, we need more lockpick. Lockpicking speed is increased to be nearly instant. I just realized I still have the lockpicking outfit on. Oops. Oh, we have an effective lockpick at the moment of 126. That is not going to be enough. We are going to need more. Let's put the MSI suit back on. But yeah, we will be retaining that, obviously. Got some junk in there, but that's okay. Oh yeah, I forgot. I still need to get science up to 100. I will do that with the next level. Yeah, that's actually very, very important to do. Some primal hides. Yeah, the pungent didn't make it far. Alright, I'm actually going to remove these primal hides from junk for a reason that, again, I won't be explaining right away. Because it would be spoilery, actually. There we go. Thank you, Waypoint. Appreciate that. Pheromone gland. There we go. 1 down, 2 to go. The second floor, but I don't think this particular ship has a way up to it. So you can, like, jump from up here or something. Nah. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Alright, I'll just head up and around the back, get to that other one. Reload now. Its clip went from 30 to 38. We can use it longer. Yeah, that was nice of them to round up. Oh, we're thirsty. We're like proper thirsty here. Well then. Let's have a caffeine drink, and you know what? Let's go ahead and treat ourselves to a sniper item. We've got plenty. We have not just that, of which we've got 8. We've also got this. We've got 7 of. This we've got 18, so yeah, we've got plenty of sniper items. I take it they're all relatively light. Yeah. Okay. Crouch down so it counts as a sneak attack. Execute.
Good score, Cap.
Oh, that's a problem. Oh man, that's N-rays. That's bad.
To shreds, you say?
Oops. Yes, Felix just drop kicked. That's his special, Skippy. Come on. Did you never have Felix do his special? Actually, my first playthrough of this game, I put like almost nothing into leadership skills at all. And I don't think I ever did anybody's super. Yeah, the character in my my hard playthrough is very, very leader-oriented, and it's working extremely well. They actually have the ability that happens at Inspiration 60, companion skill bonus to player skills doubled. So, like, for example, right now, it's like just with Felix being in my party, I'm getting 16 added to my lockpick skill. Because Felix himself has a lockpick of, actually 70. A base of 65, and I think you get like a quarter of that rounded down or like that. But, yeah. That would be an additional 16, bringing me to 32 there. It adds up fast, and you end up including who you want to be in your team based on the stats that they'll boost. Alright, what do we got here?
In for it now. Crossbow kick.
Point blank.
Covering you.
Man. Damn, you're ugly. Alright. Let's see. This ash pile here. Was that all of them? Nope, here we go. Darn, it's empty. Alright, and again I'm going to hold on to that set of hides. Though, I won't be explaining why at this time. I will, save that as a little bit of a spoiler. You'll see why, though. This is concerning to me. Okay, there we go. Uh-oh, he tunneled under. That's never good.
Out of my way!
Alright. Another hide. Why you're ugly. Primal brain! The complete cranial organ of a full-grown primal. This brain is not missing any parts. This could be worth a lot of bits to a brain collector. Good luck finding one. The untanned hide of a primal. This recently harvested primal hide is still wet and covered in skin parasites. Properly processed at a leather facility, it could be made into a nice pair of shoes or perhaps a jacket. There's the terraformer. Hard at work. We actually need to go past it now.
Oh, I've seen one of these before. This here's, Planet Maker Upper? Terraformer. That's the word.
You'll leave well enough alone.
Yeah. When you're through with that, more terraforming! Yes! I have to do another, Master of Orion 2 stream in the near future. The stream title, of course, will be more terraforming. Fuck it, sure you can. Wait, what? Oh, get a life!
You're going down! Covering you! That's the last of them.
One thing that has been back burner to figure out how to do, I want to actually play the Mac version of Master of Orion 2. The Mac version was actually supported longer than the original PC version was. It is patched up better, it is more robust, and most importantly, the PC version has a score bug that is fixed in the Mac version. So if you want to actually get a high score in the game, you have to play the Mac version. I need to figure out a way of getting that to actually be streamable. I have the game. I have an iMac. The game on it. I don't know how to get it off of there apart from pointing a webcam right at its screen. Yeah. What my characters tend to be very sniper oriented. What they do with long guns is ridiculous. Especially with some of the new tools in the DLC, I could probably one-shot the final boss. If I worked at it.
Yeah, now that was fun.
Yeah, this gun's a bit good. Especially once you have a high science rating, deal lots of extra plasma damage. This gun is this gun's a thing. There's the last gland. Alright, Nyoka, these are for you.
That queen ain't gonna go down easy. I can't wait. What's up?
These glands are gross. Take them, please.
Outstanding. These ought to be enough. Let's get back to Monarch. There's an old base I used to call home. I can get us in the door, but we'll have to shoot our way through the Queen's brood to get to the center. We'll set the bait there. Password to the door is Charon.
What's Charon?
Hayes' idea. Clara, Hayes, Anders, Rebecca, Opal, Nyoka. Charon. He said it was some old myth. Something about death and all the things we killed. Rest of us just thought it sounded cool, so here we are.
It's about time. We're going to kill a Manta Queen.
Fucking right we are.
Alright, and again, I'm going to remove these hides from junk. I don't think I need to hold on to the brains for anything. Just in case I'm wrong.
Heads up, boss! Down you go!
Where the hell did you come from? Where did all of you come from?
Watch this!
Carl Gamer, good to see you, sir.
I am a soul! Everyone all right?
So that happened. Whew. Let's make sure everything's fully reloaded here. Okay. Colonel Butterscotch. Named Primal for no good reason. Grab all that stuff. Named Bullymong. Oh man. Oh, that takes me back to a game that I spent far, far too many hours playing. Remove the primal bits there. Wait. Oh, did I not clear up there? I remember I tried a few times and failed.
That's what you get.
Did I not come back to it this playthrough? I thought I had.
sharp! I'm jumping at shadows here.
They're not exposing themselves enough. Quote, they're not exposing themselves enough. Zaltmeister 2020. Got your leg. Oh dear.
Hey, boss! Watch this!
Still not done?
Everyone all right?
Now we're done. Alright, great. I see a bunch of, opened bins. I guess these are just restocked enemies. Oh dear, sublight thug. That was a weird item to be sitting there. Oh crap. And we're over encumbered. Hold on, hold on. There's an icon up there I don't recognize. Maim. Reduces target damage. Oh, jeez. We get hit in the wrist or something? That's obnoxious. We're gonna have to take a nap when we get back on the ship, I guess. Come on, where's the... I never remember where the damn thing... Oh, hi. Oh! Rabid sprats. Poor things. Right, I'll know if I came this way if... Yeah, that bin is open. Okay. So I definitely did come this way. Fair enough. Let's just, break down, like, one heavy item and then, just fast travel back to the ship. Pretty sure I looted everybody. No? Oh, a little late to go back now. Space! Hi, gun tanks. I lose track of where people I've killed are all the time. I didn't think I had. You're making me want to go back out, but I don't think it'll still be there? Alright, let's see. Let me check one thing really quick here. just for my own future edification. Okay. Oh, darn. You know what? I don't think it's any of these. Oh, well. Well, I'll hold on to them anyway. Nap. Okay. Alright, I'll go back out there, and I'll look. If all the bodies have despawned, then oh well. If they are still out there, and I haven't looted the leader, then I'll give you some bennies. If I go out there and the leader is there and I have looted him, well... then you're wasting everybody's time. Alright, I'll look. No, all the bodies have been removed. Or not. No, wait, these are... no, these are the pre-planted ones. No. Okay. Yeah, the defeated enemies have been despawned. Oh well. I'll just have to take your word for it. Check the VOD or something. I certainly didn't mean to stop looting people if I missed anybody. Okay. So with that in place, it's time to head back to Monarch for one last mission. And I think the Fallbrook pad is the closest one to where we need to go.
We're now in orbit above Fallbrook, Captain.
Yeah, it's that spot down there. Oh, the Cascadia pad would actually be better. Yeah, let's do the Cascadia pad.
We're in orbit over Cascadia, Captain.
Alright, you know what? I want to check one thing real quick here. Lie, medical, and engineering. Persuade, sneak, and lockpick. Yeah, Felix's skills are the best to complement our own strategy here. Lie, sneak, and medical. Persuade, lockpick, and engineering. It's funny that it's persuade and lockpick again. Intimidate, hack, and science. Intimidate, hack, and... so it's the same three? Weird. I think they would have put more variety in that. Yeah, so I might need Felix and Parvati together for something. I know I need Nyoka for this. I do. I want to check one thing real quick. No, it's not going to count unless I... Okay. Alright, take care, Lamoxis. The VOD will be there. Loading screens. Alright, so what I want to see is whether or not, if we have both lockpick boosters on, both lockpick boosting characters on, and are not otherwise penalized. Also, we need to have a caffeine drink active. Food addiction withdrawal, let's remove that. We actually have an effective lockpick of exactly 150. Oh, that's beautiful. That is what I wanted to see. That is what I wanted to know. You may or may not remember this, but...
Tossball is played from the heart.
Hey, I'm with you so far. Play from the heart. Easy.
There are other schools of thought. Some say you gotta use your head to play tossball. Those people have concussions.
Oh, gosh. That sounds, really dangerous.
Tossball's a celebration of danger. Take the hacker. The hacker's job is to trample right through the enemy's defense. Best hacker in the league's fella by the name of Take It Easy Tatum. 59 injuries to his name in 3 non-consecutive seasons.
Why do they call him Take It Easy Tatum?
Oh, that's what the mediators used to shout out every time he'd go into a bloodthirsty frenzy.
Sports ball, ladies and gentlemen. Yay, money. Yeah, we don't need any of that. And we don't need you, or you, or you, or any of these. I don't think we've been picking up a lot of... Oh, we got some here. And, is that Sprat Hide? Yeah, we can just sell a lot of this. Yeah, we don't need anything there. Okay. So, while we have a lockpick of 150... there are some doors here in Cascadia we couldn't open, but we can now, this being one of them.
Great work.
So what is in here? A beanie. Telescoping staff.
Oh, you got that?
Purple berry police armor. Boost to stealth skills. Right, so that happened. And if I'm not mistaken, one of the former town gates has a...
Hey, I remember Cascadia from that one episode of Terror on Monarch. Crawling with monsters it was.
I would have liked to see this place. Before it was all boarded up. I bet it lit up the night.
Yeah, I seem to recall there being... Well, actually we may have No, I think it's still back here. We need to come this way anyway. Well, actually, we need to put Nyoka in the party first. Yeah, entirely unnecessary to open, given that it's right next to, you know, a big ol' hole in the wall. But, oh, that building goes right back to the wall. Never mind. Pretty sure that there was a locked door in here. That, yeah. Use maximum lockpick.
Deft hands, Cap.
2,600 experience for doing just that. Just for opening the door. I think that was worth the glacier water. Alright. Alright, so back to the... I'm trying to fast travel to my ship. It's on the Cascadia landing pad! There we go. I really hate that about this game's interface. Okay. Actually, I don't even need to go anywhere particular in here.
In one piece, Captain.
I just need to swap who I'm bringing. Alright, Nyoka. And you know what? Let's bring Vic. Let's bring Vic or Max. Okay. Right. Now we're just heading for the waypoint. Which is this away. Oh, I should change my equipment again. Outdoor set.
Used to be, you could get the best wine on Monarch here.
Never had much of a sweet tooth myself. Indulgences like Rizzo's were frowned upon in my household. Shh.
Okay, I see 4. Start with the one furthest away.
Here we go.
Really, though? crap! Gee, Adam! We just walk into a group of like 5 of them. Let's get them to attack each other.
Here we go. That's the pump armor.
Right. Oh, hi. Interesting, I'll take that. Mantis swarm, really?
I'll take your confession now.
I am a scout. Out you go.
That's the last of them.
Phew. Okay. Did I not come this way before? Manta Queen out there. Yeah, we basically need to charge ahead through here. Is there anyone else around? Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can attack your own spawn.
Here's a little trick I learned in prison.
To shreds, you say? Doing all right.
Okay. I might want to invest in field repairs on this weapon. It's looking a little thin. I'm definitely not going to find a workbench around here. These are all looking a little weak. Repair all equipped items for 49 weapon parts and 15 armor parts. You know what, it's worth doing that. It's worth doing that. Especially given where we're about to go.
Whew. Here we go. I haven't set foot in here since... Well, I'm ready. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Here we go.
Ownership data corrupted. Storage data corrupt. Your contact. Password accepted. Transition to Mantisaur Hive. That ain't never a good thing. Kyle H. Norris, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate that. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Sorry about the lack of notifications. I'm streaming direct from console tonight. It was like 20 minutes ago, too. I apologize for missing that. Alright. That's just a light. I see that colored ring and I immediately think safe, but no, it's just a light. Alright. We have to go pick up all the little bits and pieces here. Opal and Clara's bodies are in the cave somewhere. Find their remains and retrieve their medallions. Alright. Tossball card.
Making it look easy.
Okay. Almost there.
Nicely done.
And that is where the Manta Queen is going to drop in. Let's go summon her. Let's get this party started. So let's see. Get the meat active. Let's get... This is a good place to use a hardened. If I have any kicking around. Caffeine drink. Immunized only lasts 20 seconds. I only want to use that if actually take a hit. I want to take Sniper right after she drops in. Uh... Actually, I think I'll do the same thing with Hardened. Alright, let's do this.
Well, this is the spot. You know, I thought I'd be angry. I thought I'd storm in here in a rage and exterminate all these bugs and everything would be all right in the end. But I ain't. I'm mostly just empty. A little sad, maybe. The first night Hayes and I spent in here, we knew it was home. It's safe. It's got a nice chill to it. But mostly, it doesn't stink of sulfur.
You know, it did feel... We'll just let her talk.
Monarch folks often joke about it. Not because of the smell or the grittiness it leaves in your throat. Not because of the headaches or the coughing. It's because there's no escaping it. It's life here, and there ain't anything you can do about it. But here, somehow the sulfur never made it. The nights we spent in here felt like vacations. So we started building. We hauled in steel, hired sublight folk to help. That's how we met Anders and Opal. They stuck around after our contract was up. Opal liked camping. Anders liked chasing her tail. 4 of us for a while, scraping together what bits we could to build our home. Then came Rebecca, a sawbones out of the Cascadia survivors, who took a kindness to Hayes. And Clara, her little sister. I'll admit I wasn't keen on taking her on at first, but for a teenager, she was surprisingly capable. She had a head for numbers, helped us trade hides for food and materials, negotiated contracts. Turned out to be mighty useful. Clara, Hayes, Anders, Rebecca, Opal, and me. 6 folks, 1 name, 1 family, Charon. Despite Monarch trying to kill us day in and day out, we managed to belong.
You were a family. I'm sorry they're gone, Yoka.
Me too, Captain. But I'm starting to think that maybe I found another. Now let's get to shooting before I get all sentimental.
Incoming!
Alright, time for the fun to begin. Immunosol, something with hardened, sniper item, and I think I actually... Is there a leader item around here? Yeah.
Your life was merely an illusion anyway.
I better take 2.
Well done. We're still
Whew.
alive.
Man.
I wish these were more auspicious circumstances, but at least we're all here. This bringing them together, burying them. This is the kind of thing Hayes would have done. That makes it stupid. By all accounts, we should have left well enough alone, but that also makes it right. Captain, thank you.
You're welcome.
You mind if we rest a spell before we head out? I'd like to bury Opal and Clara proper before I lay everyone's medallions to rest.
Of course. Although, I think you should hold on to the medallions.
What? Why? Them's painful memories, Captain.
They'll help remind you of both the good and the bad. Not just the bad.
Huh. That ain't a bad point. All right, Captain. Thanks.
Opal Obliette, one of the very few who deserved better. Rebecca Hodges, at the very least you came back to us in the end. Anders Wadsworth, between raptidons and women, he died doing what he loved, chasing tail. Jackson Hayes, his most egregious crime was having the gall to die before me. Clara Hodges, the closest thing to a sister that I ever lost.
You know, I'd been assuming this entire stay on your ship thing isn't a permanent arrangement. Part of my contract? That said, you ain't been eaten or shot to death yet. Says a lot about the stability of your future. And to be honest, I'm about sick of sleeping on bar stools. So how's about this? You keep letting me stay on that ship of yours, and I'll keep shooting at the things you point at.
That's fine, but try not to be a bad influence on the crew, alright?
Perish the thought, Captain.
So did I screw up in not looting them first? No, okay, they're still here. Or at least all but the Queen are still here. I may have screwed up slightly. Wait for... Ah, there we go. Nope. Alright, I just had to look a little more carefully. I figured if I had gone 10 seconds without Quartier saying anything, then I probably, then it probably wasn't there. Tossball cards. We took a nasty blow during that near the end, didn't we? Yeah, we're gonna have to take a nap. Alright. Oh yeah, and I suppose while she's in the party, I should look this up. She has a new perk herself now. The Crew. Boost to critical chance when fighting creatures. Alright, with that having been done, we can get off this planet. Won't have to come back for a while, if at all. As a matter of fact, we can just fast travel from here. In theory. Come on. So the problem now is that the waypoint covers it. And it's going to focus on that rather than on the... Hey, Obsidian, how is this okay? How have you not fixed that yet? Okay, there we go. Alright, so we've got 3 missions now, and 2 of them are in need of a trip to Byzantium. We can't go to Byzantium, so we're gonna have to do the 3rd. I'll travel first and then nap. To Phineas's lab.
We have successfully arrived at Phineas's orbital lab, Captain, and we are still in one piece. Shall I congratulate myself, or would you like to do the honors? Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance?
I wish it were an option to just straight up congratulate her, but no. Something I've been meaning to ask you.
What's that?
Ada, do you have a favorite among the crew? It's me, right?
Define favorite.
Someone you like the most.
I see. In that case, my favorite is Sam.
Good. Yeah, are you keeping any secrets from me? That's a stupid thing to ask.
And I'm sure I rank as your favorite autonomous digital astrogator. I am pleased we have that settled. Was that all you wanted to ask me? You seem hesitant to discuss what's actually troubling you. Perhaps there is something you wanted to confess?
Secrets? Me? Keep them from you? It's crazy.
I do not extrapolate data from subtle implications very well. Please elaborate. If you mean, do I know that you're a survivor from the Lost Hope? The answer is yes. I have been keeping a secret as well, but you shall have to discern it yourself.
Your secret is that you are in love with Alex Hawthorne.
I do not like joking about the captain, Captain. And we both know I am not capable of such a complex emotion.
Are you sentient?
What? No, absolutely not. I have no concept of self whatsoever. Discounting the architecture of a shell persona my captain asked me to construct, I identify entirely as a collection of electrical impulses, with no fundamental consciousness. I never get bored and contemplate hijacking the ship. I swear.
You are clandestinely plotting to take over the Halcyon system.
How did you guess, Captain? Did Sam tell you? I should have known better than to confide in such a primitive construct in the heat of the moment.
That's all for now. Nap time. Doing a lot of sleeping in this game here. I don't think there's anything else in spawns in here. Yeah. What better to establish dominance over an alien ecosystem than by hunting its most dangerous predator and mounting its head on your wall? I don't think anything new has appeared in any of the offices lately. Except for, yeah. Nyoka's here. A Raptidon named Frida. Nyoka has scrawled the name Frida into this otherwise pristinely preserved Raptidon head. And now, here, framed photograph of Nyoka's crew. Faded photograph of Nyoka with her hunter crew. Etched into the back in a muddy red is the word Charon. And down here are the medallions. Clara had a heart so pure no amount of sulfur could taint it. I always told him chasing women around would get him in trouble. Hayes was the best self-sacrificing saint of a man I ever met. Opal could take wrapped meat and make you believe it was Borstwurst. And given the chance, I hoped she'd have come back to us.
Greetings, customer.
Oh, Sam, never change.
Hey, Cap.
What's with the Raptidon in your room?
Oh, that's just Frida. She's the first rapt I ever killed. I had her preserved.
How long ago was this?
It had been when I was a kid, so something on the order of 20 years. My parents were very proud.
You've had that. I'm impressed it looks as good as it does.
To be honest, I'd have thought she'd have started rotting years ago. Counting my blessings.
Right. Well, thanks for the story.
Anytime, Cap.
The ship used to be much quieter.
Sometimes I wonder about Mr. Hawthorne. What was he like? Why'd he make the computer a talkie? You think he got lonely, flying about on his own?
Workbench. Do we have anything to do here? Well, I could potentially tinker things up a level, but I sort of don't want to do this when I know it will be much cheaper after my next level. So I think we'll be okay for now. Definitely want to repair things in here while I can, while it's decidedly cheaper to do. Let's just go ahead and top all of these off. Okay, so this is going to be mostly plot. Let's bring Parvati and Max along. Testing, 1, 2, testing. Mic check, can you hear me? Mic check. Okay. Alright. Hey, Stargamer, good to see you. Not sure what happened there. Thankfully, even on Supernova, it does autosave when you enter areas. So, Should be able to just load up the last autosave here and pick up where we left off. I know it tries to autosave when you leave an area. Alright, looks like it autosaved when we took our nap. Of course, it does mean... Doop-a-doop-a-doo.
On standby for command.
Hey, Cap.
Yoga. Oops. Food addiction is active, and that wasn't before. That's weird. And Parvati's not in the same place. That's okay.
Sometimes I wonder about Mr. Hawthorne.
Okay, and we repair all of these. Let's do a manual save. Because honestly, who throws a shoe? Let's bring Max and Parvati along. There we go. It's so weird when games crash at times like that. Alright, let's get our indoor set on. And, we're thirsty. Let's have ourselves some caffeine and... Wondering.
I'd clap you on the shoulder if I weren't behind a wall of bulletproof glass. I don't know how you did it, but Hiram Blythe just sent me everything I needed. According to Hiram's message, Minister Clark has ordered a suspicious amount of dimethyl sulfoxide. It's almost as if he's hoarding the colony's remaining supply. Typical elitist, hoarding supplies during a time of scarcity. Once I have those chemicals, we can revive the Hope's colonists and put some decent people in charge. So, good news. You're going to Byzantium and stealing those chemicals. Exciting.
Alright. So what's so important about these chemicals?
If I had time and several blackboards, I could explain the details to you, but to put it briefly, dimethyl sulfoxide is the reason you're alive today. The chemical is absolutely essential to reviving the Hope's colonists. I need you to steal as much as you possibly can. The more, the better. If you don't bring me enough chemicals, I might not be able to save the Hope's colonists, and then nothing will stop the board from destroying this colony.
What was that about Minister Clark?
Aloysius Clark, Minister of Earth. Virtually every colony requires the presence of a Minister of Earth. Clark is complicit in every one of the board's crimes. Whenever the board issues some new decree, you'll find Clark's signature on the dotted line.
Tony, Uncle Al, good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. Greatly appreciate that. Sit back, relax, enjoy this incredible game. Well, just tell me what to do.
Yes, the details. I'm not about to ask you to rampage through Byzantium trading bullets with the board's agents. We'll have to resort to subterfuge. Carmen Imagawa. She's my contact in Byzantium. Meet her at the docks. She'll have all the necessary intelligence you require. I'm giving you my old nav key to Byzantium. You'll need it to land in the Golden City. Remember, you're looking for dimethyl sulfoxide. Big green bubbling vessel with a warning label. I'll take as much as you can find.
Anything I should know about that? Wait, warning label?
Something about being discontinued due to severe adverse reactions. It's fine. You'll be stealing the chemicals, not ingesting them.
Anything I should know about this Carmen Imagawa?
You trust her, if that's what you're asking. Imagawa is the finest special agent in Byzantium that money can buy. My money, anyway.
Actually, there was something else I wanted to talk to you about.
Of course. What's on your mind?
Got a moment to talk?
Let's talk.
Don't you ever leave your lab?
Oh, goodness, no. I wouldn't survive 10 seconds in the blackness of the aether. Well, no, I imagine I'd last at least 12 seconds before I'd lose consciousness and die of hypoxia.
That's not what I meant. Do you have some kind of life outside your work?
Outside work? No, of course not. My life is my work. For that matter, everyone else's lives are also my work. An entire colony's worth of lives are at stake. It's up to me, up to us to set things right. To answer your question, I'd rather stay right here in my lab. There's too much work to be done. The Hope's colonists won't revive themselves, you know.
I know that all too well. How's that coming along, by the way?
Remarkably well. After all, I managed to revive you without too many adverse side effects. We're even having a real conversation. That's progress. Once you steal some chemicals from Byzantium, we can finally begin the process of reviving the Hope's colonists. Get me those chemicals, and I'll revive the Hope. Revive the Hope, put a stop to the board. Stop the board, save the colony from destruction. Cause and effect. Simple, really. My progress is tied to your progress. We're in this together, my friend.
I could give your research a peer review if you want.
I'm well aware of your scientific acumen, but you're far better suited to working in the field than I am. Leave the blackboard work to me. 10 years. That's how long the average human can remain in hibernation. You were frozen for decades. In theory, you never should have survived the revival process. But the conventional theories are wrong. You're living proof that it can be done. There's yet hope for the Hope. Get it?
I'm glad to hear that. Everyone on the Hope is depending on us.
We'll do our very best to save them all. I'd best get back to work. I can feel my last dose of caffeinoid fading.
Fair enough. Okay. So with that, we can now land on Byzantium. But there's going to be one other thing waiting for us, because we have the DLC, and this is what triggers it to start.
I understand we have decided to continue supporting the outlaw scientist, Dr. Phineas Wells.
Indeed. Byzantium Freight Port Landing Pad.
Captain, I'm receiving an urgent docking request from another vessel.
Greetings from the Halcyon Parcel Service. Delivery is guaranteed within standard margins of certainty. I've got a special delivery for Alex Hawthorne of the Unreliable. With your permission, I'll see it transferred to your ship.
Send it over.
Ready. Stand by, Captain Hawthorne. An HPS certified distribution technician has deposited the parcel into your cargo hold in accordance with hazardous waste disposal procedures.
They did what?
They sent 3 complimentary spritzes of Anti-Cleo's Citrus Squirt Air Freshener. That's the HPS touch for you, Captain Hawthorne. On behalf of HPS, I'd like to remind you that HPS is not responsible for any damage, defacement, or unseemliness to your parcel. Thank you for your patience, and please remember HPS for all of your future parcel-related needs.
Make a rude hand gesture to cut the transmission. Sure thing.
I've done plenty of smuggling runs, but this thing with the chemicals is boom.
Since we're in Byzantium, there's something I've been meaning to do.
What's that?
I haven't actually talked to my folks in a while. Shocking, right? Anyway, it's probably about time I paid them a visit. Given the dangerous life I lead, they've got to be worried sick.
Funny, you don't strike me as the type who keeps in touch.
Which brings us to where we are today. Several messages and a few years late. See, I'm originally from Byzantium, born and raised. I know that probably comes as a big surprise.
Actually, I can see it.
I worked so hard. I dropped the accent, picked up a swagger, developed a taste for Spacer's Choice.
You gotta put forth a little more effort if you want to pass for real scum. That's the problem. You try a little too hard.
Well, I bet they won't know the difference. I bet they'll barely recognize me.
I don't see why you can't go see them when it's convenient.
Oh, well, I was thinking you'd come too?
What? Why would you want me to meet your parents?
Because it would be fun.
Level with me, Ellie. What's this really about?
Well, they know me as Marilyn the Surgeon. They don't know Ellie the Pirate Sawbones. But you're authentic rabble. True riffraff. When they see you, they'll get it.
So you want to show your pleb friend off to your fancy parents? Real mature.
Come on. I didn't leave home and become a pirate because I enjoy making responsible decisions.
It's not going to get weird, is it?
Not. I mean, not unless you want to bring a feral canid or a mantis on a leash. That'd make a real impression.
Okay, we'll go.
Great. And when we get there, draw out your rough edges a bit. If you've got an outfit you haven't washed in a while, maybe one with some blood stains, wear that one.
I'll take care of dressing myself, thanks.
You're the boss. Anything else?
Oh, man. We haven't spoken to Ellie in a while, have we? Look at all those options. What do you think about Zora and Sanjar coming to
Things
terms?
on Monarch have really cooled off. I didn't think MSI and the Iconoclast would ever talk. Outside of shouting four-letter words, I mean.
This goes to show you there's always a peaceful option.
Sure. And fish sticks are really made from Saltuna. Look, I won't knock the work you did. I'm sure they'll have a good cry, look through old photographs, share a pint of premium double chocolate cacao gelato. But sooner or later, things will go back to the way they were. People don't change. Not really.
That was a very specific image.
Well, who hasn't been there? Anyway, I'd hate to see you get broken up if this thing between them doesn't last.
Well, don't worry about me. Nice to know you care.
Let's not make this out to be more than it is. Anything else?
I take it you've got something to say about Harlow.
What did I tell you? His down with the man shtick was just an act. No one who yammers that much means half of it.
Yeah, no, it's definitely cat-cow in this game. Yep. Don't sound so excited. That was Felix's friend.
Obviously not. And better for Felix to know that now rather than become the next Trask.
Just because Harlow turned out to be crooked doesn't mean everyone's like that.
Don't get all mushy on me now. Come on, what did we just learn? People look out for their own interests. It's a fundamental law of nature, same as gravity and conservation of motion.
You can't think you can't live your life thinking the worst of everyone.
Sure I can. In fact, I bet you I live a lot longer.
Ever consider that looking out for others can be in your best interest?
I'm warning you, that reverse psychology stuff doesn't work on me.
Even you never really go it alone. You usually throw your lot in with a crew.
Sure do. And unlike you, Captain, the rest of us don't get a big fancy room with wall-to-wall windows. But let's forget about that, please. Anyway, you really want to tell me you're helping the scientist because you think he'll save the colony?
As a matter of fact, I am.
And here I thought I'd seen it all. This galaxy must be bigger than I'd thought. Enough about Harlow, though. Anything else?
You have something to say about chasing down the dimethyl sulfoxide?
I sure hope you negotiated for a raise with this Phineas guy.
This isn't about money.
Uh-huh. Sure. Everybody's got an angle. I'm just wondering what yours is.
Phineas rescued me from the Hope. The least I can do is help him see this through.
That's one way of looking at it. Another is that he pulled you out of hibernation without your say-so and got you to do his dirty work. Besides, none of this is your mess, so why go dirtying your hands with it?
If Halcyon goes down, we all do. I'll do what I can to fix
Guess
it.
I hadn't looked at it that way. Still, Phineas isn't your only option. The board's put a bounty on his head, and they've got more than enough bits to pay it. I've got no love for the corporations, but they know how to take care of their people. The ones at the top, anyway.
The board's corrupt.
Everyone is. The board just pays the best. I know you want to save the day, but don't forget to look after yourself. No one else out here's going to.
Oh, Ellie, I didn't know you cared.
Hey, don't get any ideas. I'm just making sure you last long enough to pay me at the end of this. Anything else?
What can you tell me about Byzantium, given that we're about to visit it?
It's like one of those stuffy art gallery pieces. Looks okay from far off, but once you get close, you realize it's just some mismatched shit everyone's agreed to overpay for. Even the bribes are overpriced.
Why did you leave?
The real question is, why didn't I leave sooner? There's all these invisible rules, and everyone spends all their energy just trying not to break them.
That's exhausting.
That's what I said. I'll take stale cigars and rationed showers any day. I was a top-tier surgeon, but I could hardly open a pack of gauze without 10 people signing off first.
That would drive me crazy.
Now you see why I left. People call Byzantium the jewel of Halcyon, but really, it's just paste. Everything's polished and bureaucracy. Take a close look and you'll see it's deader than anywhere else in the colony.
Must have been interesting growing up there.
Interesting like a colonoscopy. I trained as a surgeon. More my folks' idea than mine, but I made the best of it.
I have a hard time picturing anyone pushing you around.
Yeah, well, we all learn sometime, don't we? I finally got tired of spending my hard-won skills straightening noses and firming up chins. Turns out Byzantines are more concerned with having square shoulders and a good profile than, well, anything else.
I need the lay of the land. Anything I should know?
Don't trust anyone, don't touch anything, and whatever you do, don't show your teeth when you smile.
Is this one of those established dominance things?
What, like primals? Nah. People are extremely competitive about cosmetic dentistry. It can get ugly.
Son of a Byzantium.
That's what I've been saying.
Let's go. Oh.
The repair station is currently idle.
Yeah. Okay. So, you ready for this? You can't be, so I'll just open it.
Hawthorne, if you're getting this, something's happened to me. Got mixed up in some shady business on Gorgon. Should have known better. But I landed on something big. And now this job's an itch I can't stop scratching.
Systems and
There's a whole
serfdoms.
research compound left to the Sprats. I think I'm close to figuring out why. But something dangerous is closer to me. Got the job through one Minnie Ambrose. Top runger who just came into some money, was offering a hefty bid card for qualified help. Trust me, her money's good. Talk to Minnie. Take the job. If I ain't gonna live to see the payday, might as well be you. Consider us even, old pal.
Well, that fellow certainly seemed trustworthy.
I've gotten jobs from some unusual sources, but this is a first. Congratulations, Captain.
I don't mean to sound prim, Captain, but there's gotta be a better way to ask someone to do you a favor.
I just want to say, we gotta take this job. This is the closest I ever been to starring in a serial drama. Only thing we're missing is a couple cameras and a soundtrack.
At least this won't be boring.
Ada, what the hell is going on?
Montoya owed Captain Hawthorne a considerable debt. I believe this is what humans refer to as payback. Captain, the message contains landing coordinates for a small asteroid in the Charybdis cluster. It was recently registered to a Wilhelmina Ambrose.
Are we going to talk about the severed arm on the kitchen
I,
table?
for one, was hoping to do the exact opposite of that.
What? Do you want to shake its hand?
Yeah, can we talk about the arm? I want to take bets on how the guy lost it. My money's on cannibals.
That ain't really that fella's arm, right? It's gotta be a dummy. Or a toy?
Well, I'm not cleaning it up.
Cleanup service request processed. Disposal of human arm from the Unreliable's cargo hold will commence in the immediate future.
Simulating disgust. How distasteful. Humans eat there. I'm not touching it. Etc. Lucky Montoya had a statistically significant tendency to encounter situations of extreme danger.
Well, yeah. I doubt this guy lost his arm filling out paperwork.
He was also the fourth best paid freelancer in the system.
Only the
There are
fourth?
several hundred freelancers operating in Halcyon. Considering the numbers, Mr. Montoya ranked among the top percentile. This had less correlation with his measured aptitudes, which rank at or below average, than with a pattern of fortunate circumstances.
You mean
That does
luck?
not exist, Captain. Nevertheless, I am programmed to agree with your assessment. I have transferred the coordinates for Ambrose Manor to your navigation terminal. We can travel there when you are ready.
Hawthorne, if you're getting this, Something's happened to me. Got mixed up in some shady business on Gorgon. Should have known better. But I landed on something big. And now this job's an itch I can't stop scratching. There's a whole research compound left of the Sprats. I think I'm close to figuring out why. But something dangerous is closer to me. Got the job through one Minnie Ambrose. Top runger who just came into some money. Was offering a hefty bid card for qualified help. Trust me, her money's good. Talk to Minnie. Take the job. If I ain't gonna live to see the payday, might as well be you. Consider us even, old pal.
Something on your mind?
Let's talk about the Gorgon
If
job.
there's one thing you could say about Lucky Montoya, he was always at the center of a story. Guess this is fitting.
You knew him?
Sure. Like Ada said, he was a big name among freelancers. I met him at Lost Hope once. He was buying rounds for everyone and telling a story about one of his jobs. Pretty sure half of it was made up.
But the drinks were still free.
Exactly. There was just something about Montoya I couldn't quite trust. He was always the center of a room, and he slapped a lot of backs to stay there.
You think he was all talk?
I'm trying to say that if he screwed this job up, that's on him. I still like our odds. He may have had a rep, but you're more capable than he ever was.
Well, Ellie, that's nice of you to say.
Don't get used to it. What's on your mind?
Well, that'll do it. Oh, any idea what happened to Lucky?
From his arm? The decay makes it hard to tell. Could be a lot of things. Torn off by something with big teeth, torn off by something with big claws, torn off by someone with a moderately sharp blade. Or maybe he just got too close to heavy machinery.
All right.
Sure. Something on your mind?
Vic?
Yes, you caught me ruminating again. Guilty as charged. What's occupying your thoughts?
Max, what's your take on this old Gorgon business?
Perhaps it's just my judicious nature, but I think we should be careful if we're following up on this lucky fellow's message.
Why do you say that?
I've always felt caution as the best approach when one has delivered a message attached to a severed limb.
Noted. What do you think of what he was saying?
He sounded lost, perhaps slightly untethered from reality. A feeling I know all too well. It doesn't strike me as a setup, but I still advise caution.
If it is a setup, whoever's behind it will regret it.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Talk to you later.
Every SAM unit comes lean, mean, and ready to clean.
Oh. Good work, Sam.
Customer, this area is utterly filthy.
Back to work. So where have the others wandered off to? Well, there wouldn't be anybody else in there. There's Parvati, I assume.
Something busted, Captain?
What are your thoughts on Gorgon?
It's a shame about what happened to that lucky fella. Maybe finishing what he started will help put his spirit to rest.
You've poked around the Unreliable. Ever find any record of Lucky Montoya?
Not a word. And I've been sticking my nose in every one of our stately ladies' crannies, stem to stern. Oh, law. That sounds untoward, don't it? That ain't what I meant. Point is, Captain, Mr. Hawthorne left all kinds of scribblings behind panels and under consoles, but ain't a lick of it mentioned Mr. Lucky. So whatever they got up to in the past must have been really extra secret. And lots of fun.
It's so hard to believe that Parvati is the same voice actress as Tiny Tina from the Borderlands games. Well, let me know if you find anything.
Sure thing, Captain.
Ioka and Felix, where are they hiding? Ah, they didn't go far at all.
Hey, Cap.
Let's talk about this Gorgon job.
Sure.
How are you feeling about it?
Right now, I'm feeling like a canid following a trail of treats. Like I'm being misled at best. At worst, walking into a trap. Keep those eyes open, Captain. Hey, Cap.
Okay. You getting along with the crew?
Well, yesterday, Ellie and I almost got to fighting. She turned to Mike Green when I cooked up a bit of wrap for dinner. I told her she ought to toughen up. She almost punched me. I like her. Reminds me of Rebecca. She's got a kind of spirit to her. The kind true freedom hasn't beaten down yet. Shit. Look at me dredging up bygone days. Forget I said anything.
You said forgot. I'm not pushy. Talk when you're ready.
I will.
What a mess! What a mess!
Yeah, there's Felix.
Good to see you, boss.
Got a minute? I want to talk to you about this business on Gorgon.
So we just sat around a table talking about a severed arm. Of all the weird things that happened on this ship, that ranks somewhere in the middle.
What do you think about this Lucky Montoya
You ever
guy?
watch The Masked Marketeer?
Felix, you can't answer my question with another question.
Well, I'm going somewhere with this. Episode 5 of The Masked Marketeer. First appearance of a recurring villain. Big old galoot, built like one of those industrial-class garbage compressors. His name? Tiny. Every adventure serial's gotta have a supporting character with an ironical name. It's a rule of the Genry. Masked Marketeer had a massive bruiser named Tiny, and we got ourselves a real unfortunate hullhead named Lucky. Coincidence? I think not.
Genre, Felix. It's pronounced genre.
Genre, right. Thanks. I read that word in a poster once. Never actually used it in a conversation. Anyway, where were we?
I love that they put that in there. You're talking about how this job feels a little different?
Exactly. That's what I've been getting at. We're freelancers. We take any job we can get. But this one? The dying message of a stranger. A severed hand delivered in a crate. Let's just say it beats flying around the colony running errands. So, of course, I'm gonna be excited.
Gotta hand it to you, Felix. You've got heart.
I get it. Gotta hand it to me. Severed hand. That's what you were going for, right? That wasn't what you were going for. Yep, I can tell by the way you're glaring at me.
We'll talk later. Oh, man. Felix is 100% coming with us for this, by the way. That is not negotiable. I'm going to have Parvati along to start with as well. But despite having just gotten everybody psyched up about Gorgon, I think I actually am going to visit Byzantium first, if for no other reason than to grab a couple of things that I know they have for sale on there. But yeah, here's the new location, Gorgon. A remote asteroid, home to marauders, smugglers, and an abandoned Spacer's Choice facility. Yeah. Starting mission, the ones who walk away from Gorgon. But before we do that, we're already over Terra 2. And I think we're actually at the Byzantium
We are now
board.
in orbit above Byzantium, Captain.
We are now. Okay, so I am going to bring Felix and Ellie along for this to start. I'm not giving you bennies for that, Courtier. I'm laughing, but I'm not giving you pennies for that. I'm sorry, I can't. Okay, so, we're like super slow at the moment because we're over encumbered, because of course we are. We're actually thirsty and hungry and all kinds of mean, nasty, ugly things. How about we do something about those real quick? Some Raptidon meat and some glacier water should solve those problems, at least to some extent. Oh, hey, we're not over encumbered anymore. Interesting. I know that one side of this has a hidden bin, and it's the other one. Well, shit. There's a really weird sort of layout to the docks here in that, things aren't stealing in most of it, but there's an area that's... it's hard to figure out the line of over on that side where it is stealing if you're taking anything in there. So if you're playing this yourself, don't just wander around grabbing everything willy-nilly. Make sure it's safe first, because it doesn't seem to make much sense where they drew the line for that. With that said, we can totally come this way. Not that those are much. Right, so for... it's unfortunately a common malady, games of this nature. They don't really design it when they... properly when they, oops. Add DLC to the game that you approach before you finish it. They didn't really... yeah, it's like... the one on this side was not stealing, and the one on that side was. This is not stealing. Yeah, it's like they literally drew the line between two things sitting on the same... same stand.
Wow, nice work.
Yeah, the DLC area lets you level up pretty quickly and gives you equipment, items stronger than what's available in the rest of the main game. So in the although they do send you back and forth a little bit, the DLC does kind of break the rest of the game slightly, it would seem. In my experience, you basically become over-leveled. It's like, it would actually be...
It's not gonna fix itself.
Don't we have repair drones for that kind of thing?
This was a repair drone.
Yeah. It's like, these are the only corpses in the...
More of you standing in my light?
A repair drone that repairs itself. Like, an auto repair drone.
I think these are like the only corpses in the game, so to speak.
You don't really know how to fix that, do you?
What are you talking about? I repaired 2 of these while you've been blathering.
Really? The pile next to you looks the same.
That's because the damn things keep breaking. Or haven't you noticed?
These are the only corpses in the game where looting them is stealing. Weird that way.
Tinkering with that?
It's not gonna fix itself.
Don't we have repair drones for that kind of thing?
This was a repair drone.
I don't know about that construction mechanical. Yeah, remember our ranged theft helmet? It's this one, right? Yeah. Let's give it a moment. That ought to do.
Real slick.
That's what we really need, you know?
More of you standing in my...
Oh shit.
What do you think you're doing?
Sorry. I was just leaving.
I don't want any trouble out of you.
There won't be any. Shit. Oh well. I'll just break down a couple of these to be able to get to a place where I can sell the rest. There we go. It's an area down there for retirees. I will scope that out later. For now, we'll just take the elevator into the main town there. I know, you haven't had much opportunity since you raided to actually show you any action. But I promise you, there will be some shooting coming up in a bit.
Why can't something exciting happen around here for once?
Nothing wrong with stability. It means everything's running like clockwork.
Don't you ever want a little fun? Maybe see a marauder ship get blown to bits overhead?
What a thing to say. Everyone knows marauders can't fly.
Alright, so welcome to Byzantium. You can see that it's like this big circular town area, but we are mercifully limited to a smaller area of it. There's some lower areas, like the retiree portion, and the docks are on the bottom, and there's also a tunnels section over here, but most of it's at ground level, of course. Okay, we could do this while we're here in town, and that's probably not a bad idea. And I definitely want to do that, like, more than anything else. Oh, we're gonna need Parvati in the party for that, aren't we? Oh, I'm gonna have to get right on that, too. Yeah, here's the main quest. It's to actually talk to someone who is waiting at the docks that I didn't actually visit, and I will do that later, but there's little point in doing so right this moment. And, yeah, this is to actually get Peril on Gorgon properly started. As for going into Ava Chartrand's home at long last, this mission that Lilia Hagen gave us ages ago, the one surviving scientist, all the others suspended in tanks from Cascadia, Secret Lab, and HRS 1084, which you might vaguely remember at this point. Yeah, we'll, that's a very prominent mission. I want to make sure we're properly prepared before we dive into that one. But we could do the Low Crusade here while we're in town now. Oh, we should Have a beverage. Also, we should change our outfit here. Look the part. Look the part for Byzantium.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. Want to be famous? Kid, you got presence. Natural magnetism. Know what I mean?
Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying.
There's those street smarts. Just the right amount of rough around the edges. Next time, we'll have you say that over the rim of a Trippistout. Product placement, baby. Listen, you got an agent? Some kind of representation?
I consider myself freelance.
Fresh, natural talent. I know it when I see it. Listen, you got a real special quality, raw energy. I see you in pictures, kid.
Just tell me what you're offering.
I'm making a feature, Space Pirates of Moros Prime. It's gonna be a hit. But we still need a star. And I think you got the chops.
Boss, we have to.
Your pal's got the right idea. He's also got a certain expendable look. Bring him along. We've got a lot of stunts to shoot. So what do you say? You ready for the chance of a lifetime?
This is why I brought Felix along. I'm
Terrific.
in.
We're holding auditions at the studio. Head to Odeon Pictures and take the elevator. You're going all the way to the top, baby.
So we're gonna have some options regarding how to play this. Yeah, even in the... Actually, there might not be anybody watching this. Oh, hold on. Oh, no, it despawned. We're good. Okay. Love Grove's beautification, cosmetics, serums, toiletry, salves.
Around the orrery 3 times, your corporate rival will die of a paper cut.
Just imagine busting up all these windows, looting all these stores.
Oh dear, Felix. Let's have some more meat. Prosperity Plaza.
CNP Burst Pocket. Can be microwaved in 2.5 seconds. Burst Pocket.
A lot of the shops around here are closed. Pardon the mess, we're getting a facelift. Some vending machines back here. Been in dire need of one of these. Okay, got 2 of them now. Need them both. Specific in-ray armor on it. That's neat, but... Nah. Much too weak. Yeah, I don't need any of those. In here, sell the Adrena time. Nicotine in the alcohol. Some mods built up here. And... Grr. We have over 40,000 bits right now. Look at the price for glacier water here. 120. Another vending machine. They're all over the place.
Spacer's Choice Dehydrated Water Tablet. Just add air. Now available.
The
Forsyth Luxury Munitions. This is where I wanted to go. You just look at this place.
Looking for weapons? You've come to the right place. Every Byzantine needs high-quality armaments, and you won't find better anywhere else.
What do people around here need weapons
Why,
for?
to defend their property, of course.
50-Bit says he's got a heart on right now.
Byzantium is the best of what Halcyon has to offer. It's up to us to protect it.
You ought to worry about protecting your eyes. What happened? You running with scissors?
What? Oh, the eye patch is just for show. But the weapons are all real and of the highest quality.
I see.
I'm glad, for too few do.
So yeah, a lot of high-end items here, including 2 unique weapons. The Exterminator. Apparently the name Knockbackinator was taken. A massive kick on that revolver, but this is what I wanted. The Pink Slip. No need to CHR. The Pink Slip inflicts extra weak spot damage. And it's more than just what that pre-included mod that you can't swap out would entail. It's like an extra 25% on top of that. Even if you had another sniper rifle of the same level with like a crit damage mod on it and something else in addition to an Exacto Sight, it will still deal less damage than the Pink Slip does. This is one unique weapon that is well worth the cost of admission, so I will be buying that gladly. And I will be tinkering that soon. Well, farewell. Yoink. I am going to have to level that up a little to catch it back up to this. But trust me, it's gonna be worth it. Okay. And one other place I wanted to visit while we're in the area. There's Jolly Kerr's haberdashery up there. She's gonna give us a hell of a mission.
I've always loved that sculpture.
It's an orrery, and you say that every time.
It's strange, though. I thought Byzantium was the center of Halcyon.
That's a figure of speech.
I know that.
You, with the hips. Over here. Let me take a closer look at you.
Don't speak. Hold that posture for a moment while I admire you. You have a natural contrapposto, my dear. The way you rest your weight against your hip suggests a certain rugged charisma possessed only by the mighty primal and the well-traveled spacer. Splendid. I love it.
There it is, the most pretentious thing I'll hear all day.
You're not afraid of speaking your mind. You smolder and growl. Oh, you're just too perfect. I'm Celeste Jolicoeur, and you, my dear, are exactly what Byzantium needs.
Are you trying to sell me something?
I'm an artist, darling, not a tweed merchant. I don't sell things. I pollinate the world with art. I'm working on a new line of clothing that will shock this city to its core, and I'd like your help. What do you say, my dear? Care to make history with me?
Sounds like fun. Count me in.
Marvelous! You and I are gonna wake this city up like a cold splash of wine to the face. What I need is a survey of the outside world. What does the common laborer wear? How do the wild-eyed madmen of Monarch dress themselves? I've heard rumors, but I require samples. Also, I expect you to model for me.
What's the benefit of seeing me wear it?
My dear, fashion is a performance art. An outfit without a body is like an instrument without a player. I'll need you to model for me the following: the apparel of an iconoclast, the armor of a marauder, and a full ensemble of spacer gear, helmet included. And when I say spacer gear, I mean an outfit worn by real spacers. None of that garbage spacer's choice pedals. You have the bearing and demeanor of a born model. You're going to absolutely murder this job.
Hold on. I need to know more about these outfits.
I expect you'll cut an exquisite figure. What else do you need to know?
I mean, we're good when it comes to iconoclast and marauder armor, but where am I supposed to find spacer gear?
If I were an enterprising spacer in need of a wardrobe, I'd probably head to the Groundbreaker.
Oh, so I'll see what I can do.
Fabulous! I can't wait to see what you dredge up.
My engineer's going on a date, and she needs a fine
Well,
outfit.
for the good law's sake, darling, how can you expect me to dress her properly? Fetch her here so I can take her measurements and judge her aesthetic.
They missed a little, bit of dialogue there. Did I buy something? So yeah, she's got quite the assortment here, including, look at this. It's a helmet that's already level 30. That's the thickest headgear this side of the DLC. Yeah, if you want to play Fashion Outer Worlds. Like all of that. The Oxonian. Some improved mods she's got available here. Not as good as a nice hat. Yeah, you can see that has Persuade +5. We've got +7. And something else on top of that. Skeletal Muscular. Faster when you enter TTD. Reflexive Phobia Amplifier. This mod inflicts Terrify to human and creature melee attackers. So yeah, she's got a few things. Nope, we are keeping all of those. We can sell this. Okay.
I love Byzantium. Where else are you going to find art, culture, working toilets?
I'm sure other colonies have cities like this.
But those are so far away. I'm talking about Halcyon.
In that case, thank the law we've got the chairman and the minister to keep the rabble at bay.
Things get a little ugly around this side of town. Teacup canid. Yeah, the river is just literally filled with trash.
If Hortense yells at me about vagrants one more time, I'm gonna snap.
Why do you think I've been avoiding the estate district?
Isn't that your beat?
It was. I sent Rajesh.
We're about to meet that Hortense. No trespassing.
Idiot's probably face down on the bar by now.
Take it easy. Not like you can get into any trouble passed out.
I know, right after I get raided, I suddenly do a whole bunch of plot and talking to people.
Out with it, you wretched contraption! Does nothing in this city work anymore?
Light Pistol Mark III. Already level 30. Yeah, Mark III stuff only shows up if you have access to the DLC. Actually, come to think of it, what is Ellie armed with right now? Because that might actually be better. I don't think I've checked in on Ellie's loadout in a while. Level 20 Mark II pistol with N-rays built in. Mark II impact hammer, level 23. Might be able to give her the prismatic hammer, actually, once I get that cheap enough to level up into the stratosphere. 225, but the way N-rays function, it might as well be double that. But that's still only 450, and this is probably... oh, wrong vending machine. Yeah, 770. I'll buy that for her. And we can even modify that. So the old one, we're not gonna need it. Alright, so let's head over to Odeon Pictures. Basically, everything on that side of the river I'll save until next time.
Today marks a monumentous occasion in the course of Halcyon history. After a deep and thorough examination of our budgets, revenue streams, and predictive models, we are publishing our yearly success report. Profits are soaring, promotions abound. Thanks to your continued hard work, Halcyon is healthier and more productive than ever. In the coming months, Byzantium will be sure to see the many rewards reaped from your diligent labor. Once we nail down the details, I can't wait to share what's in store. For now, my friends, keep up the hard work.
Yeah, I'll head into Byzantium Estates later. I kind of don't have the time to get that started. More vending machines. This whole alley of them. These are not marked as stealing for whatever reason. Yeah, again, these level 30 helmets are a thing. Actually, what's Felix got on? 26. Yeah, buying a new one is cheaper than tinkering the old one. It's the same kind of helmet, too. Boost to plasma and N-ray damage. It's only level 20, though. Yeah, she's got a special set on, the Sugar Op set. That might be nearing the end of its usefulness.
All right, how does this sound? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to walk into you like that. Oh my goodness! Ruth Bellamy? I simply adore your work.
We've been over this already. You can't rehearse running into Ruth Bellamy. It's not going to work.
Fine, fine. What about this? Oh, my stars! It's Halcyon Helen? May I have your autograph?
Now you just sound like a crazed fan, which I suppose is not far from the truth.
Odeon Pictures. I'll go ahead and squeeze this in.
For all auditions, please use the elevator on the left.
the experience for finding the vending machine triggers. Alright, so this is going to involve a poll. Because there's a few ways we can play this. Let's phrase it this way. And there will be a runoff if necessary. I'll give you 3 minutes. So we've got 3 good ways that we can play this this approach here. We can try to make a good impression, or we can just...
Hold on. Gotta fix my hair.
My cousin took pictures. That business makes piracy look civil.
Do not disturb when lights are on. Bellamy's room. Why is that sealed? Oh, right. There's a call box. Alright, I have to use the bathroom. I'll be back in just a bit. Oh! Oh dear! Okay then! We're going to be doing this guns blazing then, are we? Alright. Choice of... nobody voted for straight and stylish. Wow. Alright. That's what I get for asking chat. Alright. Fine. Just remember, you chose this, not me.
Great! You made it! Listen, I know you're expecting a script, but you're the real deal. Just go in there and do what feels natural. We gave the other actors real weapons to keep things authentic. And because Josh is paying to see their logo on the big screen.
I can work with that.
I knew you'd get it. Now go in there, find your mark, and show us what you got.
Well, well. Here to stop us at last, Captain Steele? You're too late. All of this settlement CNP Hungry Time food pills, same nutritional value, but now with added filler, are ours. With their patented stomach stuffing effects and baseline vitamin content, we will be nigh unstoppable.
Foul. Whatever. As long as you stop monologuing about it.
Stick to the script.
Can I shoot someone? Wait, are we the good guys or the bad guys? Doesn't matter. I want to shoot someone.
Do you remember the last time we faced each other? The Battle of Axejack, staring one another down across the void of space while flaming debris fell like rain around us.
What of it?
What indeed? I had you surrounded and outgunned, but you overcame my superior numbers with tactical thinking and a Hammersmith limited edition grenade launcher.
Wow. You got a real limited edition? With 10% more ammo for 12% more carnage?
Quit upstaging me! I've been waiting for 5 years now, and at last my day for vengeance has come!
Oops. Oh well. That's what you think.
It is. I have this whole port wired with sub-micro energon transistors. Once we're away, I'll activate the gamma particulate field, and the quantaponic chain reaction will turn this whole place into vaporized plasma.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
Oh, but there's nothing you can do. I hope you've paid your burial fees and signed your personal death and dismemberment waivers, because this is the end for you.
Finally.
You're not even taking this seriously. I refuse to work like this. I've done Aetherwave spots for Wentworth, I'll have you know. To the break room, everyone. I need my fizzy tea.
Cut.
No, don't leave.
That was interesting, kid. Real novel take.
Sorry. Should have autosaved as soon as we entered this building. I guess I had to pick attack then. I guess that was my only option. He does actually offer you a job if you do all the good if you have the required stats to do like the intimidate and the persuade and the lie. It's like all the special dialogue options that come up. You actually can get something extra out of it. But that's not what you chose. You demanded a firefight, I'm giving you a firefight.
Are you gonna do this? Hold on, gotta fix my hair.
My cousin took pictures. That business makes piracy look civil.
Well, I mean, I can put this weapon on. Was 55 enough? I don't know if 55 was enough.
Great. We get.
All right.
Well. All of it with the.
Come on. Am I in the shot?
Do you remember the last time we...
Oh, damn it. Felix said something different. Oops.
What? Wow. Quit!
Felix said something instead of,
Yes. I have...
Yeah, it's not enough intimidate. Sorry.
I hope...
Rehearsal's over.
And, you're about to get a scathing review.
She's really shooting! Safety's off! Heads up, boss! I'll put you down! Ow!
One dead! Practice confidence and discipline. Firearm safety is important.
Someone calling the janitor auto mech. And you, Captain, baby, you were great.
There's my star. Walk and talk with me.
Burbage 3000. Burbage 2000. The stars of Titus Andronicus. Go figure. Some fun little tidbits off to the side here. HR note, the deadline to file any complaints was last week. Personal note from the director, so our last film rated lower than the Spacer's Chef TV show. If this happens again, you are all fired! Don't forget to add Sam's epic art. Production budget, original estimate 1 billion bits. Phase 1 over by 60 million bits. Looks like it was a 50 and then someone edited to make it a 6. Phase 2 over by 70 million bits. Phase 3 over by 400 million bits. Phase 4 estimate under by 10 bits. Estimated total cost 4 billion bits. Remind Finance Department to tell investors we need more money. Note to me, don't tell management we need more money. HS branding. Make sure they are at least 10 of these in every... Make sure there are at least 10 of these in every shot. Number of days since last assistant firing, 8. 5, 6, 4, 2. Request from the lighting department, Adriana says we have too many dynamic lights in the opening shot. Note to self, I'm kind of a big deal. Reminder, my chair doesn't swivel anymore. Call requisitions and have them bring me a new chair that swivels. Then remind people, don't touch my chair. No, the EV Community Center never got us the Manta Queen for shot 51. We'll add it in post. Right there. Pretty well hidden. Right there explains so much. From something early on in the game. I love how they hid that here. Captain Autopack strikes again. Have Scotty pick up Kate and Blake from the academic wing this evening. None of this is marked as stealing, so I will of course grab all of it. And yeah, this board is also unique. Previous sessions take 15, 6 hours, 5, 9, 7, 5, 11. Production wants to meet about the schedule tomorrow. Why do we need a schedule at all? Note to set department, need more crates! Looks like they have plenty, but okay. Note to me, assistant got my coffee order wrong. Schedule a flogging. Extra number 1472 looked at me weird. Fire him! Have Scotty pick up my laundry. Reminder, union rep's name is Brandon. Don't take his calls. Director's board, please refrain from touching my board. Order pizza for sequence 3 wrap party. Note, have cast reimburse for pizza. 8 to 8:30, sequence 4, 9 to 10 shooting, 10 to 10:30, rant about poor shooting conditions, 10:30 to 1, lunch! 1:30 to 2, more ranting! Note that it goes from 1 to 1:30. Extra half hour missing there. Actually, there's a half hour missing up there too, but... And here. More shooting, 2:30 to 5, 5 to 5:30, evaluate, 5:30, go home. And we'll be pushing sequence 2 until misspelled next week. Waiting for Stuntman to recover. There we go. Waiting for Stuntman to recover. Sup?
I knew you had chops, but that was something else. You found the energy in the scene and ran with it. That was visceral.
Just tell me what's next.
Time is bits, right? It'll take a few months to get your contract set up, but it'll be worth it. Here's your fee for today, but there's more to come.
Well, some way, somehow we actually made that work. My first time playing through the game, he fired me. I did not get the part. So hey, that was cool. None of these doors open. That simply leads back down and behind the other door. And no getting into Ruth Bellamy's room. Right, so before I forget to do this, science. Master. There we go. We now have minimum cost tinkering, which I will be abusing the hell out of. Quite possibly, Courtier, quite possibly. Yeah, you could totally ruin that scene in like every single way, or if you've got like maxed out dialogue skills, really good ones, and you need all three. I think Persuade even comes up at one point. Yeah, if you get the Lie and Intimidate, both options, then yeah, you can just blow them away with dialogue entirely. Closed for R&R, repairs and renovations. Tossball Divisional Championships this Saturday, only at the Antibiotics Sports Arena. Rizzo's Rangers versus Auntie Cleo's Darlings. Blood-thrilling action. Prices, adult 35 bits, child 10 bits. It seems surprisingly cheap. I didn't actually step by that vending machine last time.
By consenting to an audition, you have granted Odeon Pictures all rights to use your likeness, voice, distinctive habits, and manner of dress in perpetuity. Thank you for your time.
Humph. Yeah, I did want to show that off. It's like, I can't not do this mission right away while I'm here. Still on the first half of the town. Things will start to get a little more serious once I cross over to the other side. I just wanted to come here, start a couple things, show off a couple more.
Rizzo's Purpleberry Budge, a soft sour candy shell aroma.
So, how many times have you seen Terror on Monarch?
You can do it.
Terror on Monarch loses its appeal after the 5th viewing. Now, Titus Androidicus, there's a work of timeless culture.
Titus Androidicus? Your idea of timeless culture is watching two mechanicals knocking about?
Excuse me? Those mechanicals had more heart than any 2-bit actor in one of your serial adventures.
Sonata Gallery. Which was passing. That one's closed for R&R. Halcyon Parcel Service. 23,044,853 units in transit. People that sent us the DLC box. We actually can go in there. Not that we have any particular reason to do so at the moment, but we will in the near future. Make sure I get those vending machines discovered.
I I'd have to request a counter waiver, and you know how dreadful the paperwork is.
Don't I ever, my dear fellow. Why, I spent 3 hours filing a discussion authorization just to commence our little tete-a-tete.
How we suffer in the name of commerce.
Yeah, actual mission will be up there, but we'll deal with that later. For the moment, I guess what I want to do is actually fast travel back to the ship. I'll come back. We can swap Felix out for Parvati. Go back to Jolicoeur. Actually talk to Carmen to get that tidbit started. And then, despite the fact that it means I'm going overtime, I do have a promise to keep. So we're going to Gorgon. We are going to Gorgon. Alright, so while we're here, let's take a nap.
Would you like a reminder on when your next shower is scheduled?
Okay. And very, very important. Time to do the big stuff. Courtier made that joke earlier, MLG. I didn't give him bennies for it. I'm sure as hell not giving them to you now. So yes, look at this. 13 bits to tinker to start. In fact, we can max out its level based on our own. Not that we actually need to level up the soft speaker, but just in case, I'll go ahead and give it some, now that it's super cheap. The Mind Control Ray, being a science weapon, its tinkering cost is actually capped now. It's going to be 200 per level all the way up, making it super cheap to tinker. Salvager's Helper is now actually affordable to tinker up another level or two. This thing was level 18. Hasn't gone up that high. It's a strong, strong weapon. Let's get it up to 20. The Shrink Ray we can, which is actually, somebody's armed with this. Can get that maxed out. And the Mandibular Rearranger. Yeah, you can see why I was waiting until I had science at 100 before I was doing tinkering. So much cheaper. I'm not going to bother with that because we're probably going to have a sawed-off shotgun Mark III or a tactical shotgun Mark III in very short order. We can just hand that off to him instead. Yes, let's see. The Prismatic Hammer, which is still back down at level 7. Go all the way up to 32 with that now. And that is a lot. Well, Sort of 6 of one, half dozen of another. It has DPS, has to do with the, yeah, this is a two-handed melee weapon. And it's when Vicar Max is in the party that you get bonus damage out of science weapons. So I should make sure that he's armed with science weapons. We'll get a better toss ball stick in short order. Nyoka's starting firearm, her light machine gun, is actually unique and, like, super good, and I don't want to swap that out. I do actually want to invest in that a little further. I mean, just look at that number. Hammer of Olympus I could probably put a few more levels into. That's probably worth it. My old mainstay here, the plasma rifle. Yeah, I should be able to get a 3 on that soon. Probably gonna give Felix the gloop gun. Bolter pistol 2, yeah, that's not gonna be as good as, other things we've already got. Light pistol Mark III, we'll be able to max that out in very short order, there we go. And, yeah, we don't need those. And now going to the armor. MSI outfit. It's still unique, but it's starting to show its age. I'm almost better off just buying a fresh set of armor at level 30 at this point, rather than continuing to use that set, as much as I do like the extra effects it has. So let's see now. Yeah, it's like at this point, it's actually not worth tinkering that up further. I'd rather just, yeah, get a set of level 30 stuff. Should be able to find that in short order on Gorgon. Just go with that. I'll go ahead and top these off while we're here. Okay, modify. Ellie's new light pistol Mark III. For its barrel, we can give it a boost to crit damage, we can make it quiet, we can give it an increased rate of fire, or reduced spread and sway. She uses this for her special attack? Let's give it more crit damage. For the... Yeah, for as long as she still has that Sugar Ops armor on, let's go ahead and make it an N-ray weapon again. And for its scope... Boost armor damage dealt. That's the way to go. Alright. So that should be a really good sidearm for Ellie now. And let's go ahead and swap. It's a one-handed melee? Felix, ideally, I want to keep on a toss ball stick, because he gets quite a bit extra out of that. Do I really want to swap in the gloop gun? I kind of just don't really... I suppose not. Mioka's fine with what she has, unless I want to swap in... Let me see what Max has. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, he gets to carry that. Yeah, Max gives a, yeah, Mad Max. You and your companions deal bonus damage with science weapons when he's in the party. He should definitely carry that. Alright, so I guess Felix is fine for now. Nyoka, yeah, given that we swapped that out, that's definitely the better option. Parvati, it's got science weapons there. One-handed melee. Handgun. Yeah, let's go ahead and leave that there. And of course we can't do anything about Sam's weapons. Or armor, for that matter. Alright, so that should be, that should be good. Leave a Those armor sets are actually looking pretty decent for where we're at, and once we get going into the DLC, we can definitely get some high-tier stuff in short order, which will unfortunately obsolete most of this stuff, but that's okay. Yeah, I mean, what Sam essentially levels up as you do. His weapon levels are always the same as your own character level. So as you level up, so does he. Yeah, I mean, just look at the DPS he does. It's ridiculous. You can't give him any armor. That is one, perhaps, downside, so to speak. But with that said, he's got his own sort of built-in helmet and body armor rating. I don't know if that goes up as your level does. It probably does, actually. And right now it's a rather awkward 102.6. Don't know why that's the case, but okay. Yeah, you can do lots of stat comparisons on these screens here. Yeah, Sam is definitely a tank. There's no doubt about that. It does not have human squishy bits. That is a very, very good way of phrasing that, yes. Given all the crap I just did, I'm going to save, as after all, the game did just crash on us once already tonight. Alright, and let's head back out with Ellie and this time Parvati. This loading screen's taking its sweet time. There we go. We will talk to Carmen. She's over here. We're hungry and thirsty, apparently. Yeah, okay.
Do you mind? I'm meeting someone.
Yeah, Phineas sent me.
No names, okay? The Phoenix is a wanted man, and the board has eyes everywhere in Byzantium.
The Phoenix?
Yeah. That's my codename for... you know, our mutual friend.
What's your codename?
Oh. I'm Golden Eagle.
Do I have a codename?
Yeah. I named you Cuckoo.
No way, I'm Golden Eagle. You give me Cuckoo. Seriously?
It makes sense if you think about it. Because I didn't know who you were, and old Earth cuckoos would routinely trick other birds into feeding them.
Whatever, just give me the information I came for.
Does this mean I'm supposed to have one too? Fine, but make it a really good one.
Let's go with Rufus Hummingbird.
Forget it. Codenames are for amateurs anyway.
Too late. I've already marked it off. Can't just go reassigning codenames.
Oh, can I be chicken? Because chickens will adopt any critter's baby and keep him warm.
You sure you don't want to be Raven or Sparrowhawk?
Aw.
Okay. Chicken it is. Anyway, you're looking to make contact with Minister... Magpie, right? I should warn you, it won't be easy. He spends most of his time in his estate, which is heavily guarded.
Can't you get me into the minister's estate?
Well, I'm not one of your B&E specialists. I just provide intelligence.
Okay, so what can you tell me?
Some of the guards hang around Billingsley's House of Inebriation between shifts.
That place is still open? I used to study there during medical school.
Maybe you could do some reconnaissance there. You know, swipe a key while nobody's looking.
Thanks for the tip.
Just remember, you didn't hear it from me.
How exactly did you get involved in all this anyway?
I've always been fascinated by birds. If you ever research Earth species, there are thousands of them, so colorful and distinct.
Here we got 11 flavors of terror rays and not much else. That kind of variety? I mean, gosh, seems almost impossible.
The other thing about birds, though, is their environmental indicators.
When they die off, it's a sign that something's wrong.
Exactly. I started thinking about everything we see around Halcyon, and all the things we don't see.
Like
For
what?
starters, you rarely come across anyone living in Byzantium who wasn't born here, even though we get ships in all the time.
Trust me, anyone with a lick of sense gets out of here as soon as possible.
But most people don't. In fact, most people stay exactly where they start. Doesn't that seem strange to you?
It does.
And then there's the way nothing gets fixed. There used to be a suggestion box around here. People would drop ideas in. Nothing ever came of them, of course.
Seems pretty normal, actually.
Sure, that part is. That's why they install shredders in those boxes, after all. But one day the shredder broke. No one came to fix it. And since it wasn't working, we didn't have anywhere to file our complaints. So you can imagine how messy things got.
I bet your repair folks couldn't find parts. Back in Edgewater, I'd have to take something apart just to put another thing back together.
Might have been the paperwork. Here, you have to append forms to your forms, and law help you if there's a single dash out of place.
A regular tragedy.
At first, management put up an out-of-order sign, but that just seemed to worry people, like they were advertising something wasn't working. They eventually took the whole suggestion box sign down so that people didn't have any expectations about it. But they never fixed it, never replaced it. Doesn't that seem odd to you?
These are all pretty good options, but we'll say yes.
The whole episode made me wonder, if they can't fix something as simple as a suggestion box, what else aren't they fixing? After a while, I got connected with our mutual friend and started using my position here to feed him information when I could. That's it, really.
Looks like I've got work to do.
Good luck, Cuckoo.
I never did thank you for your cheer there, MLG. I do appreciate the bits. Thank you very much. Financial support does help tremendously. You might remember mentions back in Edgewater and on terminals on occasion regarding an early retirement program, and that's actually where that leads to, down where the retirees are. But I'm intentionally saving that for next session. But trust me, it's a very, very fascinating thing.
Down there, a new ship. Doesn't look like any of the corporate freighters.
But what would they be doing here? And how did they ever get permission to land?
Perhaps we'll finally get some excitement after all.
Alright, I have come back to this planet at this time for exactly one thing. Oh yeah, remember... Yeah, Bijou Review, I should point this one out. Quarantined, Sprat sighted. There's a few buildings like that, but I thought I should single that one out real
Remember
quick.
that stranger I saw in the square? The one with the Spacer's Choice aficionado. Looked like she'd style her hair with engine grease. Doesn't she know the Spacer's chic look was last season?
Enough! You're standing right here.
They're referring to Parvati. Poor Parvati. Of course, as far as I know, this is the first time Parvati's been in town, so it's kind of weird that would be mentioned here, but okay.
I can't wait to see those outfits. What can I do for you, darling?
I'm afraid you are going to have to wait to see them, but I will get started on that next session. For now, let's talk about that outfit for my engineer.
Let me get a good look at you. Turn around, please, darling. My word. Such muscular shoulders. You're a vision, dear.
I am no such thing, ma'am.
Nonsense. You're absolutely lovely. Chin up now. I have just the thing for you. Let me do a back-of-the-envelope calculation. Materials, labor, licensing and copyright. There.
Licensing and copyright? Fees for licensing and copyright? Got the bullshit. Show me a fair price. Now. It's 6,000 bits. She's an engineer. You think she can afford that? She needs to impress her true love.
That's the ultimate luxury, darling. Love. Oh, gracious me.
I don't get why that's funny, ma'am.
Oh, my cherub. Who woos for love anymore? That's so... precious. All right, Captain. Here is the absolute best I can do for you.
Hold up. Did you actually measure her for this outfit? I didn't see any measuring
Darling,
tape.
do I look like an amateur? I read her measurements by eye. And don't you ask, because they're no one's business but her own.
I guess we can swing 3,000 bits.
There are some things I simply cannot skimp on, darling. Such a lovely young lady deserves the best. Now stand back. Back! I'll enter the settings and get these machines spinning. You'll be broke to bespoke in merely an hour. And there we are, my darling girl. I wish you a splendiferous evening. And if you don't mind my asking, have you any interest in modeling?
What? Oh, no, ma'am. All them eyes staring at me? I couldn't. No way, no how. I get scared just thinking on it.
I wish you weren't so shy, my Violet. You truly are beautiful. I hope your date sees that as clearly as I.
See you around. So yes, it's in our inventory here. I think, yeah. Fancy evening wear, collarless, classic semi-formal. These clothes are much more attractive than a pair of overalls. Perfect for special occasions or romantic evenings. It's, the texture hasn't loaded in yet. I wouldn't hold my breath. Anyway.
Oh, can you believe this outfit? It's so handsome, I'm almost afraid to touch it. Well, I guess that's everything then. After all this time, I just have to actually do it now. You know, there's a part Junlei's been looking for to fix up the air cyclers. They only carried them on big colony ships, like the Hope.
Parvati, making every little thing perfect won't change Junlei's feelings.
I know. For a while, it felt like everything I did was a little bit of help. And it meant I didn't have to ask her to be mine. Not yet. Not for real. Next time we dock with Groundbreaker, I'm doing it. I'll send June a message and ask her over. Oh, this is real scary, Captain. I'm grateful for all you done.
Alright, with that having been done... needed to go to the Groundbreaker anyway to get a set of spacer gear. We also need a set of Marauder gear and a set of Iconoclast gear. I told you I needed this.
A reminder on when your next shower is scheduled?
This was me planning ahead. That is why I kept the Marauder armor in the bin, because I knew I would need it for this mission. I wanted to make certain that I saved myself a set. Plus, I do also have an Iconoclast armor set ready to go, because it's what Parvati is wearing. I remembered to leave a set of that around specifically for this mission. I knew that she had that on lock. That just leaves the spacer gear, and it actually seems like we have a spacer helmet. But as far as body set, we're gonna have to buy that at the Groundbreaker, but that's fine.
Sam, my vacuum tubes require evacuating. No, not those. The ones in port. Yes, there. Thank you. And while you're at it, could you switch my binaries to that? Exactly. I haven't felt this clean and efficient since Captain Hawthorne installed my subalternate auxiliary backup processor.
Anyway.
Destination reached. The Groundbreaker.
And let's, we have the same two come along. Okay. So the armorer in the back corner here does sell spacer gear.
Welcome! Looking to give a beating or take one?
Yeah, spacer helmet there if you don't already have something along those lines. Yeah, it cannot be a Spacer's Choice outfit, as noted. Water-resistant wear, casual ports of call, lightweight Spacer's gear. We'll buy that. Okay. Alright, take care, MLG. I know I'm running overtime, but I am committed to this course of action.
Dr. Fenhill, I hope you've reconsidered my offer to stay on full-time. My crew are never short on dents and bruises.
I'm trying to live a more balanced life. Gun in one hand, scalpel in the other.
I already knew it'd be easier to teach an automech heart surgery than to change your mind. Fair travels, Ellie.
Is that even possible? Automechs seem a little clumsy by nature.
Risky, but the odds are still a little better than waiting for certain death.
We don't see a lot of competent surgeons on Groundbreaker. Dr. Fenhill is my on-again, off-again freelancer. I take it she'll be joining your crew full-time?
I don't like to put a label on things. Let's keep it casual.
If you ever decide to settle down, there's a home for you on Groundbreaker.
I don't know if I ever used her terminal. Actually, it looks like I did. I only recently discovered that additional messages appear on her terminal later. Yeah. Her daily checklist there will actually change very soon.
Groundbreaker's safe from melting to bits now. Lots of good people can rest easy because of you.
I think I need to speak to her while we're actually still on the ship. Yeah. But it actually has to be on the ship because the date actually takes place on the ship. There she is.
All right. She's on her way. How do I look?
You look terrific.
Oh, my hands have finally stopped shaking. All right. Deep breath. Here I go. Anyhow, so I told him, Dad, I'm a big girl now. I ain't need your help. I can do it on my lonesome.
What did he say to that?
Have at it then. And he handed me his favorite wrench, the one he used for the canner. He was probably half as tall as I was.
He didn't scold you for talking back to him?
Nah, he was never like that. I always thought it was funny when I get indignant about something. Then he'd watch me do whatever it was, make sure I didn't get hurt, but he'd never interfere. I learned a lot that way.
I wish I could have met him. Anyone who helped shape you must have been a special person.
Aww.
My father and I were often at loggerheads. He had notions of how the station should be run, and I had others. He was fond of saying, "You think Groundbreaker pays for itself? Someone's got to cover the bills," when I chafed against his deference to the board.
Sounds like he was afraid of him.
He was, and he was right to be. Didn't mean I had to like it.
Yeah, to actually progress this mission, you do actually have to leave the ship. I'll obviously not bring Parvati along. There might actually be one thing I could do while I'm here. Sort of, for lack of a better term, let's call it Easter egg. That pops up at one point. I don't know exactly when, and maybe it has. You may have noticed that when I do visit the Groundbreaker... Actually, let's get rid of the problems here. Let's have a drink. Should probably consider buying more beverages if I can here on the Groundbreaker. You may have noticed that every time I come here, I very quickly head to the embassy and just peek my head inside. Ah, it did happen. Okay.
This is Halcyon News.
Hello. Welcome to the office of the representative of Halcyon Holdings here on Groundbreaker. How might I assist you today?
Where'd the other guy go?
My sincerest apologies, but I'm afraid I don't understand. Other guy?
Udon Bedford?
Regretfully, that name doesn't ring a bell. Now, if you have nothing further, please excuse yourself.
Who are you?
I am the board's representative here on Groundbreaker. You may call me Mr. Silva, or Sir, whichever you prefer.
Cut the shit. Where's Udon?
If you're asking why he no longer sits at this desk, that's simple enough. His employment with Halcyon Holdings was terminated. If you're instead inquiring as to the precise location of his body, well, that I do not know. May I help you with anything else?
Who had him killed?
I haven't asked, nor do I care to know.
You're a well-connected man. Surely you've heard whispers.
I heard screams, in point of fact, from down the waste disposal hall. Now you know as much as I do. I hope this information satisfies your curiosity. Good day.
There he is. So apparently, when he was, really upset over not being told about where Phineas Wells was, yeah, that's why. They had apparently specifically tasked him with getting him, and, I guess time ran out.
This is Halcyon News.
I have never been inside either of those doors, and I kinda don't know how to do that, safely or otherwise. So there's that. Alright, well, I'm sure that was plenty of time. Yeah, thankfully I was a good boy today, so I'm able to take some extra time on tonight's session. There she is.
Okay, Captain, she's gone.
I want all the
I feel
details.
like running laps around the cargo bay. So she got here, and after a few minutes, she said, "Hey, do you have some new parts?" And I was like, "Nah, I used a new soap." And then she just sort of touched my arm real gentle-like and called the cut of my outfit elegant. I couldn't hear the rest on account of my heart was beating so hard. Then I led her into the kitchen. I think she about cried when she saw the spread.
I figured you'd do this someplace more romantic, like the engine
We
room.
both see enough engines in our day-to-day. There's nothing special about sitting next to another one, even if ours is real sweet. June hardly ever makes it down to Groundbreaker's mess during regular meal times, so sharing the kitchen was special. Like being part of a real family.
So you laid out the meal, brought June in, and started the music?
She stood stock still and just said, "Oh, real soft." Oh, and let me tell you, I was sweating. And then she blinked and said, "Is that dustback casserole?" I told her how we got Mr. Raymond to bake it for us, so it was double authentic. Made by a real live monarch person.
So the meal went well. Dessert too?
We talked a bunch over dinner about the things we learned just through messages, stuff we repaired, how I taught her to salvage and she taught me to build. When I brung out the sweetheart cakes, June, she got a little teary, said she had a thing she needed to say. But I stopped her because I wanted to say it first. I never felt so bold, Captain.
That's unusually forward for you.
One of us has got to be. We're both... June's so reserved and I'm so shy. I worried if I never said anything, nothing would ever get said, you know? I told her about how she made me feel. Bold like I acted. Strong. Smarter and kinder than I am on my lonesome. I listed all the things I liked about her. And then she pulled out a paper and read a speech. She talked about the things she admired about me, like my cleverness and my humor, and how it made her want to be more open.
She wrote a speech to declare her love?
She was worried she wouldn't get the words out right, especially after that message about Isabel. It's sweet. Anyhow, when she wrapped up, I asked her to be my girlfriend. And Captain, she said yes!
What about your disinterest in physical affection?
We talked about it some. I told her I wasn't sure how it would work, how I've had a bad time of it in the past. She said we'll take it as it comes. Fix things together. Share meals, talk. Maybe she could rub my shoulders when they're sore. I said I might like that.
That was very sweet. Congratulations.
It's all on your account, you know. Imagine if you'd never taken me out of Edgewater. I'd have never met Junlei at all. I don't know nothing about the Vickers capital P plan, but you've sure changed my life. So, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna head to my cabin and happy scream into my pillow for like an hour.
You go ahead and do that. I'll take my 50,000 experience and like it. Parvati gained the Enchanted Evening perk. And look at that! She paid us back for everything. Well, almost everything. The dress was a little expensive, but she covered what she could. And she now has the super useful Enchanted Evening perk. Food and drink effects last 25% longer. Very, very helpful. Alright, I think we are all set here. Time to make good on my promise and get this started.
We arrived at Ambrose Manor.
Yeah, Gorgon is a fascinating looking place. I mean, look at that. Also, you may have perhaps noticed that they incorrectly balanced Ada's volume for the DLC locations. Oops. That was a mistake. Let's go ahead and take another nap. I do want to... We're never going to use the gloop gun, but I also don't want to get rid of it, so let's go ahead and stick it in there for now. Probably the same thing for that. I know exactly when I want to use the welder's goggles, but I probably don't need to carry them around just generically. These things I should hold on to, along with that. That is the Spacer's helmet, and this is the Spacer's wear, and then these are the two Marauder items. So let's get those safely stashed, and that one I can sell. I think Grim Agent may have had the right idea. Maybe I should store a bunch of Raptidon meat. But it's not actually being used or needed. Maybe put like 100 in there. A meat locker. And just pull out replacements as we need it. That should do. That is very, very true. So, would you believe that there's actually another mission that will come up that will actually reference Parvati's date? Her actual story missions are done. We've actually finished her character-specific missions. Ellie's will be resolved on Byzantium in the very near future. We've done Felix's, we've done Nyoka's, we've done Parvati's, we've done Vicar Bax's. Sam's mission is to even recruit him in the first place. So that has actually been done. So Ellie's the only one we haven't done the character missions for yet. But yeah, there'll actually be another reference later on when it comes to Parvati. And it's in the DLC. So I definitely wanted to make sure I did all that for her first before we start that. It's just a brief moment, but it's hilarious. I see the board hasn't been patched out yet, but I know they're doing that soon. Okay. So, I am going to bring, for the start of this anyway, sorry Ellie, it's not you. It's going to be Felix and Parvati. Felix I want to have around for a couple very specific reasons, and he's probably going to be with us the entire time. His boosts to Persuade and Lockpick only just help that tremendously even further. And I'm probably going to need Parvati's boosts on those as well for a while, plus, as I just hinted at, there's one specific thing I'm going to need her around for too. So I'm probably going to stick around, probably going to stick to Felix for the most part. Throughout the DLC, he's probably going to be around. I'll start with Parvati, but I might have the opportunity to swap others in later. There's definitely one point where Vicar Max is going to come in. But for now, we'll send in these two. I promised I would get this started tonight, so here we go. I'm hoping to only have the stream run, say, maybe 1 hour overtime. Yeah, normally at this point I would be racing to get other things done.
We were not expecting company. Please follow. Do not stray from the path.
Do not stray from the path? This thing sounds exactly like Max. That was kind of funny.
Felix, what if it's hurt?
Drinks the butler. So, this DLC is very, very atmospheric. The new areas they created are just like They really do manage to sell a vibe quite well. It kind of reminds me of the better Borderlands series games DLCs. They did a very good job with some of those, making them feel very exotic and thematic. Right, so eat. And we have a bit of thirst. And we have a lot more caffeine than we do. Oh, there we go, we can actually use up that item. Shrink the whole list down. Always do like doing that.
Can help itself. Please do not be concerned.
I should show you the map for this area. It's not very large, there's not much to it. We got this one side building by the landing pad, a little something off there, and then the rest is just mansion. But yeah, this is where it just starts. This is where we kind of get our mission, as it were. And there is actually something hiding behind the landing pad, but we are going to have to fight for it, I think, if I recall correctly. Yeah, just a little. Just some rabbit sprats. Chance to use the pink slip.
Great work.
Okay. Out and around.
Please remember this unit as it was before the fall.
Like a janitor's closet of sorts in here. Groundskeeper's Journal, Volume 1. Daily routine. Sweep the Tranquility Garden for Mrs. Olivia. Oil the fish for Mr. Harvey. Repeat. Oil the fish? That will be explained. When they hired me on as a groundskeeper, I assumed there'd be grounds to keep. I'm not even allowed inside the manor. Everyone told me the Ambrose family keeps to themselves, but they're a bunch of hermits. Save for the little one. Guess I ought to find a hobby. Mr. Harvey dropped his key card in the pond. I'll hold on to it in case he ever comes looking, but I won't go near the house. Wouldn't want to get between Mrs. Olivia and her research. Pick up kitchen key card. Shovel, pickaxe. Couple bottles of glacier water. The DLC seems to have lying loose a number of items that outside the DLC are only available in vending machines. So you actually get to see their models in the field for the first time. Glacier water is like first on that list. There's actually quite a bit of it to be found.
Canned responses? How clumsy of this unit. These things happen. Oh, calamity.
Oh, man. Look at this. It's like a Zen garden. Tranquility Garden discovered. It's a neat little, sphere on top there. I don't know what's more impressive about Tranquility Garden, how well it's designed, or the fact that we don't leave footprints in it. Claw rake, that's new. Oh, what have we here? Dirt! Bit cartridge and a random extra pile of dirt.
Hawthorne, if you're getting this,
I did not mean to do that.
To me.
There we go. Ones who walk away from Gorgon. Claw rake. Improvised weapon. It's like a normal rake, only smaller and with claws. Yeah.
Wow, Ambrose Manor? Hey, do you think it's haunted? I bet it's haunted.
Big empty window like that? That's gotta be haunted. Oh, Allah, I'm getting goosebumps.
Ah, Felix, don't freak out, Parvati. Saltuna Pond discovered. I told you that oil the fish would be explained. I love this. This is great. It's so good. I believe you cannot go behind the manor. It actually does go all the way to the edges. There is, however, something way off in the distance here on the side of it. Give me the brain. I need to oil the fish. That's good. All right. That you finally got bennies out of me tonight. I'll give you 100 bennies for that one. That is well worth it. Oh, here we go. I knew there was something up here. No, wrong folder. There we go. 100 bennies for court here. Okay, right. Open sesame. Yeah, this game excels at that tremendously. Amazingly, none of this is marked as stealing.
This place looks kind of sad. Like it's been waiting for someone to make a home out of it.
It's so empty. Oh, Captain, something here don't feel right.
Yeah, I know. Food service mechanical. Alright, we'll save the upper floor for later. I suppose I should say for after. The lower floor first. Overturned stools. There's the kitchen. You have the key for it. And, yeah. It's a way to sneak up onto the second floor. Yeah. None of this marked as stealing, interestingly. Although it does kind of make sense. At least it will. Woolly curds. And not much, but a few things. This is the main reason you'd come this way. Yeah, those are all open bottles, unfortunately. Look at this.
I had a nightmare about this sort of thing once. Crawling around on my hands and knees inside a mansion, I mean.
Oh my law, this is just like that episode of Virginia Yang, Girl Detective, where the old fella dies and his nurse inherits his house. What if we find a body?
The Ambrose family. Dr. Olivia. And there's young Minnie. We're about to meet her. Wilhelmina. Skulls. Why do our caps have skulls on them? Are we the baddies? Mock apple shake. You won't mock this shake. Master bedroom key card. Now we're really moving up in the world. Whole bunch of corporation service awards lying around. We need 150 lockpick in order to get in there. Well, that's why we have these on hand. But even those alone are not quite enough. Felix and Parvati give us a boost. We are still missing 18, 14 from penalties. Food addiction, withdrawal, and thirst. And if we cure that thirst with a caffeinated beverage, that gives us enough, yeah. We now have a lockpick rating of 151. Nothing can stop us.
Nicely done.
We'll grab all of those. Automag Pistol Ultras. Oh, tossball card in there. Move that. This key card unlocks the master bedroom of Ambrose Manor. It looks as if it survived a few accidental wash cycles in the pocket of a coat or trousers. Oh yeah, and I forgot that we got, yeah, we can actually look at, for some reason we also have a copy in our inventory. There's Nyoka's team. If we flip it over, it says Charon on the back. Yeah, we also got a photo of Junli and Parvati. An inscription on the back reads, "To my wildflower, thank you for an enchanting evening. Looking forward to many more." Yeah. Took a photo while they were on there. Yeah, the inscription they mention is not actually present or readable on here, unfortunately. Might be on the back of the actual photo, which we can't take out of the frame. But yeah. Yeah, it's like there are a lot of max difficulty locks in the DLC, even at the very beginning, which is why I wanted to make sure I got certain things done before I came here, and why I needed to make sure that these two were in my party at least to start. Personal terminal, Dr. Olivia Ambrose. Along that wilderness of glass, no swellings tell that winds may be. Upon some far-off happier sea, no heavings hint that winds have been on seas less hideously serene. Edgar Allan Poe. Ambrose O. Displaying 5 total entries. Please select from the following options. Finally, it took the DLC to do it, but finally, there are some high-tier hacks. Which, we're not going to be able to do unless we have Vicar Max in the party. So, we're gonna have to swap him in at some point in order to come back and do a number of hacks, unless we level that up a bit or find gear to help us with it. We don't have any right now. So yeah, that's actually kind of a thing. And there will be more than one of that nature. It's like in the main game, there are no high-tier hacks, with the exception of one that is incredibly easy to circumvent. But, yeah, here in the DLC, they will be challenging us. They will be challenging us, in that regard. I may simply have to skip a few for now, but I'll try to remember where they are and come back for them. Yeah, that's basically bringing in Vicar, Max, and Sam as a team to get us enough stats to do those. Date, February 1st, 2324. This morning I gave birth to a healthy child. Perhaps that's a strange distinction to call her healthy, but after all I've endured to finally meet her, it matters. That she exists at all, against the odds, matters. I will call her Wilhelmina, after my late brother Wilhelm. I hope the law is kinder to her than it was to him. I hope for many things, truthfully, that she be smart and shrewd, that she be strong, relentless, undeniable. Most of all, I hope for her a steel spine, that she does not bend when Halcyon would break her, that she should be stronger than I. March 17th. I must find Minnie a wet nurse. She demands to be fed throughout the day and night, and I simply cannot get a single thing done. The nurse will need to be exceptional, smart, educated, of means. Minnie must have the best start if she's going to survive the pit of vipers that is the Byzantium elite. Then there is the matter of a governess. I can't watch the child constantly, not if I'm to do my work. How soon must I begin looking? Naturally, she'll have to be exceptional as well, and exceptional Byzantines don't exactly grow on trees. I will persuade Harvey to investigate this for me. The man has little else to do. November 22nd, 2329. I don't understand how anyone of ambition has time to keep a journal. I certainly don't. Yet here I am, indulging myself. Minnie's influence, no doubt. Her behavior concerns me. She's clingy, emotional. At 5, she should be starting to show some personality, not crying for her mother when I leave for another stint on Gorgon. This must be the fault of Marie, her governess, as Minnie certainly didn't learn this behavior from me. I'll have to fire the woman. It's clear she's not capable of instilling in Minnie a correct understanding of how to behave. Harvey despairs of ever finding a governess who meets my preposterous standards. He and I went in circles on the issue for hours, but he came around to my thinking eventually. Why shouldn't I want what's best for my daughter? Maybe I'll fire him, too. June 5th, 2337. I'm at my wit's end with Minnie. At 13, she should have already mastered basic chemistry, physics, and mathematics, but she can barely handle long division. She struggles to remember the simplest equations and formulas, no matter how many times her governess raps her knuckles. By the time I was her age, I'd already made dynamite in my grandfather's laboratory. The only thing Minnie's making explode is my head. Her father asked why we don't just send her to boarding school, but I abhor the thought of her surrounded by those coddled idiots. More alarming still, she's begun to show an interest in romance serials and painting. She may have a strong grasp of color theory, and she shows some promise with watercolors, but surely that's the result of her education in spectroscopy, not any innate spectroscopy, excuse me. It's a tough word to sight read. Not any innate skill. What value has art, anyway? She gave me a truly dreadful painting of Francis this morning, and I haven't a clue what to do with it. Perhaps I'll stuff it in my desk. We'll have a good laugh over it when she's grown and finally come to her senses. April 28th, 2348. Lucian appeared at the manor this morning. I thought him here for me, to finally wring my neck after our latest tiff. But no, it was much worse than that. He'd come to speak to Minnie. No need to guess why. She's taken it upon herself to manage the household these last few years, since neither her father nor I have the time, or frankly inclination. Under her watch, the staff's productivity has increased 35%, while reducing our costs an astonishing 67%. We've saved tens of thousands of bits. Harvey flipped Lucian off. Oh, wishful thinking am I reading there, I guess. Harvey tipped Lucian off, I expect. Now he wants to bring her on to help manage the Gorgon facilities, which I refused over Minnie's vociferous prostates. Bloody hell. That's what I get for never practicing these things in advance. Which I refused over Minnie's vociferous protestations. She cried after he'd left. I only wish that I could tell her why. I'm afraid that deleted log is going to have to wait, but I'm sure that I can remember it's there. Let's log in as Minnie, shall we? I take from these entries that Mother was severe with her editorial pen. This is but one version of her, carefully curated, and not the one I wanted to find. Where is her unvarnished stream of consciousness? Where is her spontaneous brilliance? The search continues. My efforts will inevitably steal me to Gorgon. What then, Minnie? What then? Yeah, they put a lot of story on that one terminal. There's actually no real reason for us to sneak around up here. But I'm assuming that the front door was... Yeah, the front door is barred, so in through the kitchen is the only way to get there. Fancy looking bathroom. Minnie is behind that door. We will, of course, save that for last. It's the same stairwells from before. Nothing really stopping you from coming up here. This random room is open. Looks like it was Minnie's room as a kid. Goodbye letter. Dearest Mother and Father, I've paced the halls of this gilded cage long enough. Since you won't permit me to help the family business, I'm leaving to start a business of my own. Am I too young for such ambitions? Perhaps. But that is the risk you take when you fashion a daughter in your image. Byzantium will welcome me with open arms. Won't that be a new sensation? If I ever return, it'll be to claim my rightful spot at the head of this family. Minnie. That's this room. It's a small storage room. The door's busted anyway. Here's the master bedroom, which we do have the key card for. We can come in here. Oh, each. They've labeled the sides of the bed. Doctor's orders. This is a unique weapon. Grows in power the closer you are to death. Just like a real doctor. Attacks of this weapon deal increased damage when the wielder is low on health. It's got N-rays pre-built into it. Of course I did just get Ellie a new firearm, but I can check on that. Oh yeah, and here's the Automag Pistol Ultra we just picked up. 525 DPS. 126 base damage off of a single light bullet is a lot to, that's pretty damn nice. It's hard to argue against that. Here we go, an audio
Dear
log.
Wilhelmina, I hope this letter finds you well. No, it's too stilted. It sounds like I'm writing to request a loan. Dearest Wilhelmina, I regret to tell you... Law, no, that's worse. When have I ever called her dearest? She's my daughter. This should be easy. How can a mother not know how to talk to her own daughter? My love, I can no longer... For your safety, I must... Oh, hell. Even if she despises me for what I had to do, I should still be able to say goodbye. Minnie, I have to leave, and I don't intend to come back. I love you. I'm so sorry.
Left a ring, a bracelet, watch, or letter, jeweled ring. But yeah, that audio log is the main thing in here. Alright. Oh, hold on. Missed this around the corner. Only thing left. Let's make sure that we've got our talking to people suit on. Have some caffeine. Let's do this.
So who the devil are you?
Prudence, captain of the Unreliable.
You don't say. Well, make yourself at home, Captain. I'm sure we have much to discuss. Do you see that glowing chunk of space rock? That's Gorgon. My birthright, my burden, and the bane of my existence. I hate to drink alone, and this is my third. So join me in raising a glass. To Gorgon.
I don't drink on the job. It's a little early for me.
Early? My house runs on asteroid time, but suit yourself. The name's Wilhelmina Ambrose. But why not keep it short and call me Minnie? Save us all some time.
Nice to meet you too. Wow.
Now, what brings you to my house, gorgeous? I take it you didn't come all this way for the beverages, the starry skies, or the pleasant company.
I'm here about a severed arm.
A severed arm? How positively ghoulish. You know this is a private residence, not a curio shop?
Does the name Lucky Montoya mean anything to you?
Lucky Montoya is my personal freelancer. Fascinating man. Very brooding and theatrical. Always staring into space and twirling a bullet over his knuckles.
I could do that. The staring into space part, I mean. I'm still working on the bullet twirling thing.
But if something happened to him... Oh dear. I suppose that makes him my former freelancer now?
What's his arm doing in my ship?
I sent Lucky on a dangerous mission to the Gorgon asteroid. Whoever found his remains must have wanted to inform the next of kin. What a time for his luck to run out. We were in the middle of something grand, and I really can't afford another setback.
Let me guess. You need someone to finish whatever Lucky started?
Excellent deduction. I can tell I found the right woman for the job. How would you like to be my new freelancer? There's been a recent vacancy, and I think you're well suited to the job.
I could get used to people offering us a job at first glance. Usually they just squint at us all suspicious-like. Or reach for a pistol.
You offer work to everyone who breaks into your home? Must be some kind of Byzantine tradition I ain't know about.
I'm looking for someone rough around the edges. A gorgeous, dashing scoundrel type. Incidentally, someone good with their hands.
Gorgeous. How likely am I to wind up like your old freelancer?
The man lost an arm. What are the odds of that happening twice? Of course, Gorgon is a treacherous place.
and my own family's involvement with it has been fraught. Allow me to lay out the facts, and you can decide for yourself if you want to be my chief investigator. My mother, Dr. Olivia Ambrose, worked for Spacer's Choice at the Gorgon Research Facility. She was brilliant, the top scientist in her field, until tragedy struck.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Spacer's Choice is one big accident waiting to happen.
I wish I could say otherwise. One day, Spacer's Choice shut down all research and evacuated Gorgon. Everyone had to scramble or risk getting left behind. It was chaos. Employees fled for their lives. Mother never made it home. I'm told she wasn't the only casualty that fateful day.
It must have been real hard on you, losing your mother all of a sudden like that. I'm sorry to hear it, ma'am.
Thank you. Ambrose ladies are supposed to be resilient to the unexpected, but this was especially hard on me. Mother's name has since been dragged through the mud. Spacer's Choice blames her for the collapse of Project Gorgon, and I just know they're lying.
Sounds like she was the corporation's patsy.
Right, that's exactly. Mother would not have allowed Project Gorgon to fail. Something happened on that asteroid, and my family took the fall for it.
What do you think happened on Gorgon?
I don't know. And Spacer's Choice won't say. They don't discuss anything that tarnishes their brand. Gorgon has a dark history. The project fell apart. Personnel were shuffled across the system. With Mother gone, now I'm all that's left.
Gorgon's just an empty wasteland now?
Not empty. The corporate presence may have withdrawn, but smugglers have made a tidy little nest for themselves, along with law knows who else. The asteroid may look like a glittering jewel, but I assure you the resemblance ends there. Gorgon is poisonous to the core. One might even say cursed.
Tell me about your mother.
I admired Mother, but we weren't close. She disapproved of everything about me, really. I couldn't measure up to her example. She didn't make time for us. I remember thinking that she never wanted a child, and never forgave me for being one, naive and irresponsible as I was.
Yikes. What did she want, a fully grown lab assistant?
I don't know what would have made Mother happy. After a while, I stopped trying to find out.
Did you two ever get along?
We got close once. When I was a child, I enjoyed looking over Mother's shoulder, playing backseat chemist while she peered into a microscope. One day, she told me to leave before I broke something. Then, I got mad and broke something. Typical night in the Ambrose house.
Oh, that hurts my heart to hear, ma'am. My dad was real dedicated to his work, too, but he always let me help. Made me feel, I don't know, special. Like I had something to offer. I wish you could have had that with your mother.
Mother and Gorgon were made for each other. I had the misfortune to be stuck in the middle. I need your help, Captain. Project Gorgon killed Mother and disgraced the Ambrose name, and no one has been held accountable. Spacer's Choice buried the past like a dirty secret.
Are you interested in justice, revenge, or both?
Neither. It's vindication I want. Whatever happened on Gorgon wasn't Mother's fault. I simply need the evidence to prove it. We're going to drag the truth, kicking and screaming, into the light. Even if it means bringing ruin and humiliation to Spacer's Choice. All the evidence I need should be in Mother's journal. You can find it in her office on Gorgon, in the heart of the old research facility.
Don't worry. If Spacer's Choice is hiding something, I'll get to the bottom of
I
it.
believe you're the first person to ever side with me against the corporation. It's a refreshing change. When you reach Gorgon, pack a weapon you trust. The corporate lockdown hasn't stopped the wilderness from squirming in through the cracks.
What can I expect to face on Gorgon?
I've never understood why, but Gorgon is teeming with marauders. They almost seem drawn to sorrow and misfortune. Then there's the test subjects, those who survived anyway. Ravenous creatures left behind like so much salvage.
What did you tell Lucky about this job?
I told him everything I've told you. Just the facts. Maybe a couple of harmless embellishments. Why?
Just making sure I have what I need.
You're smart to ask. Lucky spent most of our time together spinning a pistol around his index finger. Not sure he'll listen to any of my advice. But you won't let me down, will you, Captain?
I'll be careful.
There's a little saloon near Gorgon's landing pad, the Sprat Shack. Lucky was renting a room, so if you want to follow his trail, that would be the place to start.
The Sprat Shack? Hope they don't serve real sprats. There's a sprat worst place in the Groundbreaker. Tried it once, and I was sick for a week.
Oh, you think maybe they got a little mascot? Like a sprat in a tiny hat?
Just so we understand each other, money is no object. I'm willing to squander the family fortune if you get me what I want. Between your payment and any salvage you happen across, you'll walk away from this rich enough to buy a mansion of your own. How does that sound?
What's the catch? There's always a catch.
No one's ever done this before, and the only person who tried is a corpse. Believe me, that's enough. Here's your nav key, Captain. Safe travels.
Maybe you don't need to hear this from me, but I'm sorry about your mother.
Spacer's Choice should be the one apologizing, but thank you. Sincerely. A word of advice before you go, Captain. Trust no one. Mother's office is in the heart of the Gorgon facility. You're free to salvage anything that isn't nailed down. I only want what's mine.
Mysterious heiress, unexpected gainful employment. It's like something out of a detective serial.
Hey boss, what's our policy on getting to know our clients a little better? You think she'd appreciate some company?
Absolutely everything you feel is wrong. No. Talk to her, Felix. You won't know unless you try.
I can do this. Here goes. Miss Ambrose? Must get awful lonesome up here all by yourself. What do you do for fun? Because if you're interested, I've got the full set of Terror on Monarch.
The last thing I need in my life is more corporate propaganda masquerading as entertainment.
Minnie, he's trying to flirt with you.
He is? Oh dear. It's been a while and I'm out of practice. You seem very nice and very pretty. And I'm sure there's a wealthy heiress out there who'd be extremely lucky to run away with you. Alas, it isn't me. Are we in agreement?
Hey, no problem. I figured it was worth a shot at least.
That took a lot of guts, Felix.
Hey, thanks. I probably should have written down what I was going to say on my hand. That usually works.
Poor Felix. Yeah, Felix absolutely had to be with me for that. Being able to actually open all the lockpicks is it's a nice extra. I realize I could fast travel back to the ship, but I want to hear one more line out of Drinks.
This unit expresses dismay.
Poor guy. Yeah, everything you feel is wrong. What a thing to say to somebody, right? dialogue in this game is just amazing. Alright, Gorgon landing pad. So, I'll keep it going for just a little bit longer. This is already a lot longer than I was, planning on streaming for, but that's okay. I was a good boy. I prepared for this in case I needed to. The Sprat Shack is a surprisingly big area.
Look at those stars. Don't it make you feel small in the best way?
There's Ambrose Manor. That's where we just were. Okay, so you might be wondering, if you've played through this game, but not the DLC, just how much there is to do in the DLC. How big the area is. Whether or not it would be worth the price of admission. So, I'm going to tell you, I've already spent a sizable amount of time on this. And I'm still not done, and I still don't feel as though I'm anywhere near done. But perhaps the greatest thing that I could point out... Sentry Saber Mark III just lying around there. Perhaps the most important and compelling thing I can do. Nice. Right off the bat here. Let's just load up the map. This is zoomed out all the way. Look at all of this. This area is like at least as big as Monarch. Possibly even more. And it's very detailed. Lots of little buildings everywhere. This is like insane. Alright, take care, Grim. I won't be at it too much longer. But I do want to... There's a busted elevator, but we can grab some bit carts off of it. Thankfully, we do have enough hack in order to disable this this emergency evacuation notice. Which would otherwise continue to blare over and over again. Look how this little sprat is, sort of giving us directions, as it were. It's on its way to the Sprat Shack. Go figure. Yeah, there's quite a bit down here. Okay, so are you ready for something distressing? You've probably heard the corporate jingles so many times at this point that you just tune them out. But, Oh. It still disturbs me that those things lying there as they are. Of course, the ones in Borderlands 2 actually do explode. Was it the original Borderlands? One or the other. I like these plants. They remind me of fiber optic cables. You crouch down in them, you can't see the lights right above you. This actually looks like it curves up. But yeah, you kinda... Yeah, once you get to here, you can't go up any higher. Wouldn't surprise me if that becomes a one-way thing you run out of in the other direction later on. Some of the vending machines actually have new jingles on Gorgon. Freaking landfill right there. There seems to be a good quantity of items hiding on rooftops. Right, so brand new jingle. Jingle specifically for Adrena time. A different jingle for Rizzo's. I think this one's still the same. Yep. Corporate Commander. Yeah, it's officially enemy territory once you step through here.
Something made a mess of this place. Watch your back, boss.
Marauder Crackshot had 2 Adrena time on him. One thing that you'll have to get used to is the vast quantity of Adrena time that's lying around here. It's like everywhere. No exaggeration. This place is loaded with it. Now, if memory serves, there's another max lock. Gotta put those on and make sure we don't have any negatives going. Uh-oh. That fatigue negative might be too much for us to deal with. No, we still got it. Okay.
Great work.
I think there was a... No. Yeah. The terminals are all busted in there, right? Yeah.
Wow, you got that?
This unit is currently in wait cycle. Please return later. Have a better than natural day.
I don't know what the deal is with him. Maybe something special happens if you kick him. Emergency repair procedure number 1. Huh. That was a weird artifact of a map design there.
That's clever.
That was a tossball card. Here we have a ladder going up on top of this one. There seem to be a lot of ladders on buildings in the DLC in general. Lots of ways to get to rooftops and items hiding up on top of them. Rewarding you for looking up and seeing where you can get to. This is sealed up but tight. We'll be getting through here from the other side later. Alright, and I openly admit that the main reason I wanted to come this way is to actually have something to shoot. Marauder Colossus. 3,069 hit points, 80 armor. Wonders what all the fuss is about. There's another one here. Alright, let's make sure we have our proper thick armor on. Because we are a goner otherwise. Boy howdy. No joke. We'll see if we can get ourselves something decent armor-wise at the end of our session here. And I am totally expecting them to make it in front of us to some extent. Caffeine drink and let's actually take a sniper item here. got half his health there.
You're going down!
Oh, whoops. He's down, and he's still not dead.
Everyone all right?
There we go. It took him a... They just kept pounding on him while he was down. And he still didn't actually drop. Crashed ship. Damn, no armor. Yeah, you can see that everybody's carrying Adrena time. It's like, I just got here and I'm already carrying 13 vials of it. It's everywhere. Kind of makes you wonder a bit, doesn't it? So there is an elevator platform up there to another section, but I will not go up there just yet because I need to call it a session eventually. I mean, I haven't been to the Sprat Shack yet. Oh, hey there. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of clearly demarcated for Marauder territory, so we'll head that way later. But yeah, so you get the idea of where we've managed to step out. Yeah, the Sprat Shack's up here. Yeah, there's some buildings up there, and the way we'll have to take to get there is a bit convoluted. Go around the back. Some recessed areas, some dark colors. There's another terraformer out here. Yeah, lots of little buildings lying around. This looks like another landing pad, but I haven't actually been there yet. There are a lot of like elevated plateaus. This elevator here would bring us up to it, and yeah, we'd actually have to take the bridges up here if we can, in order to get to the buildings. Yeah, come back down that elevator. Actually, maybe that's what I should do. Yeah, we got some more bridges out here. Lots of high elevation places. Let me actually complete that loop, so to speak. This is a big elevator platform. For some reason, the teammates don't come up it. Until suddenly, bink, there's Parvati. Yeah, so let me, like, promptly turn a corner. There are things in here I could look at and loot, but I'm sort of intentionally saving that for later.
To go strolling through a ghost town.
Are all these marauders former townsfolk?
Yeah, it's like, I just want to get to that bridge for now. Isn't there a ladder down here? Yeah, okay. We'll have to come back here for a mission in short order. And I am getting a little concerned about how much time we're taking. But yeah, one thing I can quickly do is run across here. And, yeah, get down the elevator on the other side of this. Yeah, I'll open this one while we're here. looks like an open field here. There are some marauders around, but we'll just sneak around the outside edge, I think. Another thing we'll have to come to for a mission later. Yeah, I'm basically doing this as a shortcut back. Go ahead and loot this now. Okay, I need to get like right around the corner of this place. How do I do that without being seen? I think the answer is I don't. I just make a break for it.
Here they come!
Oh my word! Hot damn! So that didn't work, but thankfully we were able to fight it out. I guess I'll take a little extra loot then. At this point, I may as well loot this whole area. At least that way I can mark it off, so to speak. Human inquiry and auditing. Tactical Shotgun 3. There's something I wanted to see. That is very much something I wanted to see. Yeah, that actually requires a specific passkey to open up, and we won't be getting that anytime soon. I like how there's a bin in a bin here. Binception. Alright, nope. Safe, mysteriously lying out in the middle of nowhere. Okay. Oh. I was about to say I think we got it all, and turns out there was one immediately behind me. Alright, may as well be thorough about this. Yeah, this is where we came in. Yeah, ignoring things back there, but let's go ahead and finish up this. If it's on the far side of this bridge, I am not interested. I'll get it later. I was sort of intentionally skipping by everything there. But yeah, if it's in this general area, then I'll grab it now. Cash register. Man, all this Adrena time, huh? Kinda makes you wonder. So there's a little cave up that way, and you can see it actually leads to a second building in back. Yeah, I mean, as I was running over this way, I did actually grab that one as I passed by, but then I just kind of hopped down. Is there one? Oh, right here in the corner. Looks like I got that. Oh, here's another one I didn't get. I have to check the angle of approach. Oh, and there's this one. Damn, still a bunch of things. I did loot this place, though, right? Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking just get through, but then that kind of changed. One last one hidden there. Some items in here. Okay. Yeah, the far side of this building we'll scope out later. Other side of that bridge, that whole island there, we'll scope out later. I did intentionally want to do some fighting, but maybe not that much. But that's okay. And now we can ride this down. It's almost like a shortcut back and forward again at this point. Corporate Commander. Ammo. Yeah, all those things that you can see from the window down below, we can go ahead and grab them all. That disables the force field in front of the place, so we can come back up there much more quickly. Got some bins hiding underneath the counter there for some reason. This guy was apparently in the process of trying to cross through here when the force field was turned on. We can take the helmet. Okay. Can't say I didn't do any of the DLC. So we actually did clear out like all of this on the map. And of course, you know, we talked to Minnie and got all that started. As a matter of fact, there's one other thing I'm gonna do while I'm here. Oh, how did I miss you? Son of a bitch. We come out this way. Yeah, general store. The Sprat Shack is back there. We'll do that next time. But I will continue to clear out this front area here. You'd think with a shop right there that he would have picked up all of these things, and, elevator's busted, you have to go around the long way.
I got supplies if you need them. No one lasts long on Gorgon unprepared.
This obviously counts as stealing. That's his own safe. Yeah, anything sitting on his table there is stealing. Yeah, little painted supplies sign. General store. That's Khalil Chakrun.
Is that what my thoughts sound like? Look, I've been standing near that alarm too long. You looking for supplies, stranger? Let's stock up here. If you run low on bullets out in Gorgon's far reaches, there ain't no one round here liable to help you out. Let me know if you're looking for something particular.
I take it that evacuation alarm wasn't urgent?
Huh? Oh, you don't gotta worry about that. Something to do with that scrap Project Gorgon from years back. Thanks for turning it off, by the way. I'd have lost my mind if the damn thing had gone on much longer.
I'm impressed Spacer's Choice built something that lasted 5 years.
I thought that alarm was gonna bang on for the rest of time. The control terminal wouldn't listen to physical persuasion. I know, because even Von Hoffman couldn't bash it in. And I seen that tough son of a gun throw a man clean across the Sprat Shack one time like he were a toss ball.
What can you tell me about Project
Only
Gorgon?
that Spacer's Choice shut it down in a big hurry. From what I heard, some of their folks got left behind even. Don't seem like the project ended well.
What have you got for
Found
sale?
a pickaxe in the mine like none I've ever seen before. Could be awful useful if you're the violent type.
Handy deconstruction tool. The original brand name, Auto Unfortunato, never caught on. It is an improvised weapon, so if you've got that perk, you triple its damage right away. Attacks from this weapon deal bonus damage to auto mechanicals. I have no idea how much, but yeah, there is that. He's actually got quite the supply of things here. Champion tossball blocker. We'll find one. We don't have to buy that. Boy, howdy, have we got things to sell. Boy, howdy, do we ever. I'm going to go through them carefully because some might actually be better than what we've already got. And I'm going to want to see if somebody can wield them. These Mark III items. Heavy machine gun Mark II. Plasma Carbine Ultra. It's level 28, and its bullets are that much weaker. It's higher DPS, it shoots faster. But I kind of like charging the shots, so Vortex Mace Ultra. Stun Baton Hyper. Plasma Launcher 2. Damage up to 1,120. Assault Rifle Ultra. Pulse Hammer Gold. Tactical Shotgun 3. Look at that. DPS of over 1,000. 115 per individual bullet, and it shoots 8 at once. Yeah, Max is gonna love that. We're not gonna use that, any of those things. Okay. So I am definitely going to have to take some time order to see the level 31 brawny construction gear armor. Look at that. That's actually iconoclast armor. Marauder helmet. Machined mining helmet. Two-handed melee +5. Repurposed low pressure suit. Graded exosuit. Elite troop armor gold. Bonus to dodge, penalty to stealth. Got a couple of those, but not very good. Remodeled low pressure helmet. Also has +5 lockpick on it, but is decidedly sturdier. So we can sell the old one and keep the better one. I am going to have to spend some time at the start of the next stream just going over people's inventory. Make sure that everybody's carrying what they need. I think that's the last of the nicotine and alcohol. 39 syringes of Adrenatime. Already. I feel like that's like double what we've seen throughout the whole rest of the game up till now. We'll just sell the whole lot of that. Sanity knows we don't need it. Sell all these excessive mods here. Got some new ones. Improved Hunter Kit. Improved Tech Kit. And of course, sell all the junk. Could pay bits to repair things, but don't see much need in that. He's got a workbench here he doesn't mind people using. But yeah, most of this I can do back on the ship. I figure out what I'm actually using. I want to say that this stuff counts as his. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be his store inventory. But yeah, he won't see this. And he won't see us, just casually wandering into his rear storage locker for whatever reason. So we can grab those. Okay. And with that done... Oh! This elevator actually does work to get you up to the Sprat Shack. I may as well loot in front of it. Game? 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 Are you serious? What the fuck? It's not letting me target that bin. Oh, there we go. That was entirely unnecessarily stupid. Does it have a logo like a sprat wearing a hat? No. It does have a sign that's a sprat. But Alright, we will not actually go inside the Sprat Shack. Although I will show you this interesting view here. We'll save that for next time, along with a number of things we need to do. Hey there, little guy. How you doing? This is the one that met us at the landing dock. And here's the busted elevator, and yep, sure enough, there's a bin hiding behind that forklift on that stuck elevator. Let me make sure I've grabbed everything up here first before I drop down there. And that might be it. Nope. I don't think that... Son of a bitch. Loot's everywhere. There's a terminal out here, but I'll save that for next time as well. Because boy howdy am I running overtime. But I do want to make sure I've looted everything, so that I don't have to worry about that anyhow. Okay, I do believe this is all done. Drop down here, get these. Man, that shit ain't right. What do you know? I'm about to drop down onto an item I missed. No real good reason either. Oh, there is something around the corner in here. Okay. Up the ramp. Alright. I think that was everything. I think I can call it a session. I've got a lot of inventory sorting to do at the start of the next episode, but I will do that then. Not right now. We'll have outfits to show off to Celeste Jolicoeur. We'll have the Sprat Shack to visit. It's a sizable place in there, actually. A lot of people. One thing I do want to make sure.
You always seem to, huh? That's because I'm usually right. Next time I work the scorecard.
One thing I do want to make sure I take care of. I do like to make sure that we're at least fully rested at the start of each session, so have a nice good long sleep. Alright. Have her morning caffeine. And that'll do it. I'll be back to this next week. And on again tomorrow. It's probably going to be Switch Retro Night again. I know I keep going back and forth between the same two things, but there's a new Arcade Archives title coming out that I want to see, and I'm Gonna take a little bit longer to figure out how to get Mu2 on the Mac going. I'll need some time to set that up. Take care. Never forget to play. I will catch you next time.